We have.
Oh, okay.
It's just weird.
Where did I see that? You guys probably made me ask for a while back. My problem is, you know, why I'm. How's that so far? Well, everybody's at a honeymoon.
Hey folks, if we could go ahead and get started. It is outstanding to see all of you guys again. Thank you for making the trek to Austin. I know for some of you this timed out so that you can enjoy a little spring break revelry while you're down here. So glad that we could, maybe help you get spring break and get your university to pay at least part of your mileage. Just your coordinating tax dollars at work. We have a full agenda this morning, like that should be any surprise to anyone when we meet. But top on the agenda is I wanted to introduce our new Assistant Commissioner of Academic Affairs. This is Dr. McGregor Stevenson right here. And I think Mac's going to say a few words before he hustles off to one of his mini meetings today.
I didn't realize when I took the job that it meant I had absolutely no control over my schedule. And it's a new experience for me, so I'm still coming to terms with it even after, 5 months now, I guess. But thank you all very much for your willingness to serve on this committee. I have a very strong passion for distance education because I think in terms of closing the gaps, it's one of the best ways that we're going to be able to reach out to the students that we're not reaching with bricks and mortar. And being able to do that in such a way that we can hopefully bring opportunity to students who wouldn't have it otherwise. And that to me is what the coordinating board and what higher education is about, is bringing opportunity to those that don't have it now. So your work here is critical, and I appreciate the time that you take. And I know, having sat in a lot of meetings, that it takes time away from other work that could be done on your campuses. And from the state level, we appreciate your time very much and recognize that you are giving something up to be here. And we do appreciate that very much, and especially with something as critical as distance education. And I know that Vanessa, as I'm sure you all have figured out by now, is somewhat passionate about distance education as well. So having her able to at least help work on the process with you all is very beneficial to my office as well. So I want to thank her and the rest of the staff, Linda and Gabriella, and Kevin's in the back hiding somewhere, and BJ. For working with you all and helping us move the process forward and to continue finding new ways to help our students. So thank you all very much. I look forward to working with you in the future, and as you have questions, please feel free to contact me if you can't get a hold of Vanessa. I don't always promise that I'll know the answer, but I do promise I'll find it. So thank you all very much, and have a great meeting.
Thank you.
We love Mac, even if he is an old Aggie. And the other person, as he mentioned, that is lurking in the background and is going to be in and out is Kevin Lemoyne, who has also had a promotion since we last all met together. Dr. Lemoyne is now the Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Academic Affairs. And Kevin, do you want to say anything, or are you just going to lurk in the background a bit?
Great to see everybody, and I'm looking forward to meeting some of the new people who just joined. You might actually go around. So
That's what we're about to do.
And can I just throw in one extra tidbit?
Sure.
It's Kevin's fault that my schedule's the way it is.
And it's my fault Kevin's schedule is the way that it is, and it just keeps going downhill from there. The other pieces is you've noticed there are a few new faces sitting around the table. After some back and forth with more lawyers than I care to try to figure out, we decided that yes, doesn't need appointments. Station advised the commissioner to do that, so we're able to make appointments. And I am thrilled that we've got Amy Burchett from Howard College, who is here with us as a new member. We've got William Durham from Lone Star College here as a new member. Jan Richards, and get back to seeing away, and Patrick Plushed from the university.
We need to make up. Movies here together.
I give up trying to put you in places around the table because I figure you're just going to move yourselves. So, but I would actually like us to take a moment, go around the table, and let's introduce ourselves so that our new folks can get a sense of what sort of group of miscreants and ne'er-do-wells they have fallen in with. and so that you guys can remind each other about what sort of group of miscreants and ne'er-do-wells you're continuing to fall in with. So with that in mind, I'm going to start to my left.
Sure. Thanks. I'm Mike Simmons from Texas Women's University. I'm the Assistant Vice President there.
I'm Mickey Slimp, the Executive Director of the Northeast Texas.
Director of the Office of Distance Education at Texas A&M.
I'm Patrick Plush, Director of the Center for Learning Enhancement, Assessment, and Redesign at the University of North Texas.
I'm Kevin Easton, Director of Distance Learning for the Tarrant County College District.
Agya Srinivasan, Instruction Designer, Lamar State College, Orange.
Amy Burchett, Vice President of Instruction at Howard College.
Ron Thompson, Director of the Virtual College of Texas.
I'm Vicki Treyweek, Director of Distance Education at Weatherford College, and I'm a guest of Kevin's today.
I'm Gabriela Borcoman, Coordinating Board in Planning and Accountability.
And I'm Linda McDonough. I'm with the Coordinating Board in Academic Programs.
Let me say a couple of things, and we'll talk more about this afternoon. We have some folks that are going to be helping us in our discussion this afternoon on the revision of the rules, and Vicki is one of those folks. Kevin Eason has been heading up a subcommittee, as many of you know, and many of you have had some participation on looking at our distance education rules. I know Rob's been very active in that process. Patrick has been very active in that process, and Vicki has been very active in that process. And so those are going to be some of the folks that are going to be taking some lead in our discussion this afternoon. And I just want to go on record right now, and I'll go on record later, too, thanking you guys for all of your hard work. And particularly Patrick and Vicki did this work without being members of this committee, which shows a special dedication and maybe a special level of craziness. I don't know. But we are profoundly thankful for that. So that's why we have a few other guests. And then I just think Matt can't quite get enough of us. Either that or he wants to get out of Lubbock.
Yeah, it's, I'm loving it here.
So we have approval of minutes down here, and I realized I don't have any minutes for us to approve right now, so we'll have to do that via the internet. Before that, though, is election of chair and vice chair. We elect chair and vice chair for a one-year term, as many of you know. Phil Turner led this committee very ably for a number of years and finally decided that he was semi-retired and was going to try to be semi-retired, and that meant he was going to say goodbye to us. So our very first order of business, even before that, because I'll get in trouble with BJ, put your $10 bill in here. Not eating lunch with us, are you?
I have.
I think that was just today. If you want to eat with us, go for it. If you don't, that's fine too.
But if they want it,
No, they didn't.
They did?
No.
Okay.
You want to eat with us?
Thank you.
I don't want either, but if they order already, I'm going to get the money.
No.
Are you want me to pick up today?
Yeah, they really don't want you to eat.
I have a bachelor's and a master's, and I hired kids.
Cut back on my head.
Dress nice. What do you get to do?
Get one more. All right. I know really what happens is y'all come to Austin for the box lunch from Schlotzsky's. And so you know, Kevin, we ordered one special for you that's just bread, meat, and cheese.
Great.
So you don't even have to pick anything off.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Vanessa.
In recognition of your hard work. We need to go ahead and elect a chair and a vice chair. So at this time, I'm going to open the floor for nominations. For chair, it'll be a one-year term. Rosalind?
I could nominate George Marcus.
Okay. Do I have a second for George?
Second.
All right. So Rosalind nominated George. Doug seconded. Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Ms. Korean. Rob Robinson.
All right. Rob Robinson.
I'll second that.
Marshall Schott has seconded, so James nominated, Marshall seconded. Any others? All right, gentlemen, would you walk out of the room for a few minutes, please?
Absolutely.
We're going to go arm wrestle.
Yeah, really, we want you to go duel, and whoever comes back alive gets to be the chair. I'm not sure that's much of a prize, but...
Whoever doesn't come back alive.
What was that?
Whoever doesn't come back alive.
Right, there we go. All right. So we'll do this by show of hands, if you don't mind. All those in favor of George serving as chair, show of hands, please. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. All those in favor of Rob as chair, show of hands, please. 9. All right. So we have a chair, Rob Robinson. We can do one of two things. We can call them back in and tell Rob that the bad news and tell George the good news, or we can go ahead and you can make a decision that somebody can nominate George to be vice chair, and we can dispatch with it that way.
I move that George be not vice chair.
Okay. Move.
Second.
Second. So Doug moved. Stephen seconded. Any other nominations? All those in favor, show of hands, please. All right, that is unanimous. Let me go tell them the good, bad news, and I'll let them decide who thinks what.
You think they're still out there?
One of them is.
Maybe it was dangerous to let them actually leave the room.
They're gone.
I don't think unanimously to be vice chair.
Take some thinking.
Everyone voted against being chair.
Don't think hard, George. Don't think hard.
Just let it go.
Let it slide.
All right, I'll let you gentlemen decide which is the good news and which is the bad news. Rob will be chair for the upcoming year. George will be vice chair for the upcoming year.
Wow. Yeah.
So read ahead on your agenda, Rob. You're going to be on in a moment.
Okay.
I already told you where the minutes are. Let me give you a quick staff report, and then we'll have some discussion about a couple of reports. As you noticed, there have been a number of staff changes here in the last 6 months. Over the summer, Joe Stafford resigned back in June. Mary Smith served as the interim assistant commissioner in our area, and McGregor Stevenson came on board about 5 months ago as our new assistant commissioner. I guess about 3 months ago, Kevin Lemoyne was promoted and now serves as deputy assistant commissioner in our area. In addition, since then, Linda McDonough has come on as full-time staff and will be assisting with DEAC. I now serve as assistant director of academic programs, which, if you folks have keeping up, that means that my original job doing distance ed was 2 jobs ago, and no, Dr. Ferrier, we still haven't replaced me. So
Hell, it sounds like my shop. They never they just keep giving jobs. Right. Never replacing anyone.
We all kidding aside, we have gone through a number of changes. We feel like that we have an extraordinary staff now in academic affairs. There are still a couple of positions left to be filled in the career and technical area, department of our division. But other than that, we are, for the most part now, fully staffed, and things are on an even keel with an extraordinary group of folks. McGregor wasn't kidding when he said that he feels that distance education is important. In his interview, that was one of the first things that he mentioned as what he sees to be a priority for Texas higher education. And as all of you guys know, because of the current economic situation, because of fluctuation in oil prices, we're seeing more and more students who are turning to distance education, and y'all are dealing with it in terms of the front line at your institutions. We're beginning to feel it here too, and we're tracking those changes. And we'll talk more about what things look like in fall 2008 in terms of number of semester credit hours, duplicated head counts, and the sort of increases that that shows over fall 2007. It's a pretty significant increase in 1 year period. And there are more and more discussions of distance ed as well as institutions begin to experience a great deal of growth as well, and the brick and mortar facilities just can't hold the capacity of students. All of you come from institutions who have probably submitted TRBs, those are tuition revenue bonds, for most likely the addition of new facilities. Texas, in terms of its budget, is in a better shape than most states in the U.S., but there certainly is not going to be the same amount of money, most likely, for facility improvements and new facilities and lots of other things coming out of this legislative session. And I suspect that's going to make the work that you do much more important. So I want you to be aware that we've got some staff that have changed. The commitment to distance ed here at the coordinating board has decidedly not changed. In fact, if anything, it has deepened even more than what already existed. There has right now not been really any legislation filed that looks like it will have a direct impact on distance education. In terms of the bills that we've been seeing, the focus for the most part has been on tuition deregulation, which should come as no surprise for those of you that have been following things. Hey, Claudia, pull up a chair. We got one up at the front for you. Tuition, deregulation, and re-regulation are significant issues that we're seeing come up in the legislation that we're at least being assigned to analyze. For Texas A&M and University of Texas, of course, the top 10% law is continuing to be a significant issue in this legislative session. As I said, there hasn't been anything specifically dealing with distance education yet. There's been a little bit of legislation that proposes some modifications to the core curriculum. There's been a little bit of legislation regarding textbooks, although really nothing yet regarding electronic delivery of textbooks. It's been mostly legislation that sort of open marketing, or at least, open sharing of information so that students can choose alternatives to the campus bookstore. But that's been
any discussion about open source materials?
In the legislature,
Not just online, but open source materials.
right. From the legislature, no, not yet. At least not on the higher ed level. I believe that there's beginning to be some discussions about that on the K through 12 level. There have been some discussions here at the coordinating board about open source material, and particularly the way that open source material can be used as alternatives to textbooks and some other things. So there's been some discussion internally. As far as I know, that hasn't been replicated yet on the higher ed level down at the Capitol. Things have gotten a little bit of a slow start because it's only been 2 weeks now that we've had the House committees in session because there was a change in House leadership with Joe Strauss becoming Speaker of the House. Took a little bit longer to have committee chairs named and to get committee appointments taken care of. About 2 weeks ago, we saw the first House Higher Education Committee meeting, and they've been meeting It's pretty much nonstop, as has Senate. One of the changes on the Senate side is, in the past, higher education was always a subcommittee of the Senate Committee on Education. Now it's a standalone committee. So there's now a Senate Committee on Education and a Senate Committee on Higher Education. Judith Zaffarini is chairing the Senate Committee on Higher Education. Senator Shapiro is continuing to chair Senate Committee on Education. So, and we're also still trying to sort of figure out, I think as is the legislature, what impact the federal stimulus bill is going to have on higher education in Texas. A lot of it, I think, is probably going to be on facilities, but there may be some other ways. Originally, there was some money earmarked for distance education. Unfortunately, that was cut out during the negotiations between the House and the Senate.
Vanessa, how about dual credit ruling? Have they?
Dual credit? What was that? Has there been a ruling?
No. Well, has it come up yet, the discussion about the funding?
It is sort of on the edge. I think that we'll probably see more discussion of it. It hasn't been one of the central issues yet, but it's probably, I would be surprised if it's not lurking there. In terms of higher ed, the other big issue that's been coming up is discussion regarding a new law school, either in Dallas or in the Rio Grande Valley, and then discussion of a new medical school somewhere in the Rio Grande Valley. And so those have been other issues that have started being discussed as well. So gives you a little bit of a quick idea of what's going on downtown. If we don't respond to your emails quite as quickly as you're used to, most likely we're sitting in a committee hearing room someplace downtown at the Capitol, or we are desperately trying to do bill analysis that somebody has demanded us to do in the next 2 hours. So things are a little insane here right now, and I'll just get that on the table. The other thing that is a little different this year is that traditionally this committee has met the day before the TXDLA conference. That's not going to happen this year, and I'll be very honest with you and explain to you why. First of all, the very first thing that happened before session even started is we received a letter from the governor, as did every other agency in the state, cutting our travel immediately. Second thing that happened is about 1 month into session, we received a letter from Lieutenant Governor Dewhurst and Speaker Strauss, like every other agency in the state, demanding an immediate 2.5% cut of expenses starting the next day, basically. We've been lucky. In our area, we've not had any staff cuts. We've been able to finesse it otherwise. But the only time I travel now is when somebody else pays for it. And that's pretty much the way it is for most of our staff, not to mention the fact that with session, we really are not able to be out of the office for an extended period of time. So I know traditionally we've met the day before TXDLA. I apologize, but that happy gathering isn't going to happen this year. So for those of you that were wondering about that, that's why. We will discuss at the end of the meeting today when we will meet again, after we've had a chance to see how far we get with rules revisions, and after I've had a chance to sort of map out to you what our timeline is for all of that. So that's all the news from Lake Wobegon. I do understand that there are some changes, though, that have happened amongst you guys and at your institutions. And I'm going to start with Bhagya, who has some very good news about something that's happening at Lamar State College Orange, and I think is particularly extraordinary considering that they are still literally putting their campus back together after Hurricane Ike.
Well, the good news, I think, is the fact that we had submitted 2 of our courses to the USDLA for the awards, and both the courses have been nominated for the award, the gold and the silver. So I think it's good for my college, it's good for Texas. So,
and it's no small accomplishment. I know this gentleman to the left of me has some news too, in case you haven't heard.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's those little initials you're putting after your name now?
I completed my doctorate, which is, I guess, Is that what news you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
You're Dr.
That's-
Simmons
that's
now.
right, yes.
Which the bad news for me is he's not writing his dissertation anymore, so he started harassing me more. Any other news for folks at their institutions?
We have a new provost who started
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Bob Smith from University of Arkansas. He's just started.
Anything else?
Okay, now, SFA is going to be the site of the Texas Blackboard Users Group meeting, October 14th and 16th. So everyone travel to Nacogdoches.
Help the local economy. All right. Well, with that in mind, I wanted to take a few minutes and have you guys, as is the tradition, take a look at the fall 2008 distance education reports. And actually, what you have in your packet's not very readable. And I'm having a difficult time this morning, so here's the deal. I've got the university one for you, and it's actually stapled all together in one packet. That's the university one. Community college, though, is in two pieces because my printer crapped out halfway through and I didn't realize it. So it's a great morning. So take one of each of those and pass it around. And then the third thing that I'm going to pass around is I did not bother copying fall 2007, but I did copy the summary for the fall 2007 university and community technical college reports so that we have some comparison data that we can talk about. It should be in your packet. I don't have a packet. That packet's sitting over there.
Oh, I didn't even notice that stuff, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, Marianne. Yeah. I hated to see her step down.
Just that line for
Oh, yeah.
Now, who do you want me to give this to?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this one's good. Oh, yeah. It's a nice one. I think I know what I'm talking about.
There's the summary.
I know. Such a good way to avoid this.
I loved it.
There you go.
I live there. Someone's doing it.
Yeah.
The community colleges and the summary.
She said sorry.
We have a link.
I don't know if he's even still around.
Community college one is in two pieces.
Vanessa, are these different than the ones that you sent and we printed?
No, they're the same. It's just a different format.
Okay.
I sent out the Excel spreadsheets for folks that wanted to play with the data on their own. This is a PDF version that's a little bit easier to read. But the data is exactly the same. So the first thing I draw your attention to is if you look at the summary of page for the university's report, which is the very last one. We've had this discussion in here before. We'll have it again this afternoon about definitions. But for now, if you would take a look at those four internet. And if you were to do some quick addition, what you would see is that there were 274,578 semester credit hours that were delivered via the internet. Now that includes individual telecommunication, interinstitutional, off-campus, on-campus. And that's semester credit hour totals. Enrollment is a little bit more problematic for us because that is a duplicated head count. That's not unduplicated. So we usually work with the semester credit hour totals. As you know, we have not really had access to student-level data in the past. That may or may not change in the future. We still don't have access to it, though, for the most part, so we're still working primarily with semester credit hours. You'll see that if you were to compare that to the summary sheet from 2007, that in 2007, we had 242,779 semester credit hours from universities. So we saw an increase of over 50,000 semester credit hours between fall '07 and fall '08, just at the universities. The jump at community and technical colleges was even greater. Community and technical colleges in fall '08 was 584,516 semester credit hours. In '07, at community and technical colleges, it was 472,082 semester credit hours. So that's a jump of over 100,000 semester credit hours. That's a total increase, if you combine the two, of 20.2%. To give you a little bit of perspective, and this is skipping ahead to be there under discussion, Sloan C Consortium, in their last report, showed an average increase nationally of over 19%. So Texas is increasing at a much higher rate than the rest of the nation in terms of just its internet distance education courses. And I think that that's pretty sobering. I also understand from discussion with many of you that y'all have been bearing the brunt of that at your institutions. And that has probably had some infrastructure issues that I'd love us to talk about here in a moment. So that's the first thing I want to point out to you. You'll notice on the university's report that sort of the folks that we normally see doing a lot with distance ed are the folks that we're continuing to see do a lot with distance ed, and that would be University of North Texas and University of Houston and Texas Tech and Texas Woman's. Didn't mean to leave you out there, Mike. So we have Tech that's doing over 20,000 semester credit hours. We've got Texas Woman's that's doing over 30,000 semester credit hours. We've got U of H, which is doing over 54,000 semester credit hours. And we've got University of North Texas that's doing over 51,000. Now that is internet, face-to-face, two-way interactive. That's the whole shooting match. That's off-campus distance education. And remember that when we talk about distance education from the state perspective, we're talking about off-campus face-to-face, internet, hybrid, two-way interactive, other electronic media, and videotape. And I'm sure that Rob will help us have a discussion this afternoon about the ways in which those definitions are problematic. And we all know they're problematic. But those are still some pretty big numbers. To me, what is equally telling, although probably not surprising when we consider the mission of our institutions, is that we've seen a significant jump in the universities, but we've seen an even greater jump in the community and technical colleges, and those are the institutions that are continuing to offer the majority of the distance education courses in this state. So if you look over again at the community and technical college report real quickly. Yeah, Lance?
Before you do that, the health institutions aren't on this report, I think, again, at least for the second year that I've been aware. Is there a reason?
Gabriella, is there a reason why we don't collect from the health institutions or it doesn't get run onto this report?
Because it has other code, that's my guess. So if you didn't say specifically that you want them,
They don't get calculated?
probably, well, they weren't extracted because they have other code in our data.
Pardon me?
You're another.
No, universities are code 1 and they are code 5.
Would there be any problem with, when we run the report in the future, putting in the universities and the health relateds in the same report?
You got this from Diane, right?
Yeah.
Vanessa.
We'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, it's just it won't be a huge number, but there's numbers there. If
You're
you're going
right.
to talk about what's done across the state, you need to include them.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Randy.
I know we're going to talk about this in depth later, but can you just remind me briefly, what is the difference between internet individual telecommunications and internet on campus?
Not a whole heck of a lot is the difference. And my guess is that if you were to ask the institutional research folks that do this reporting from 5 different institutions, they give you 5 different answers, and that's part of the problem. Individual telecommunication, I think most folks consider that to be those individual students, internet courses delivered to individual students off campus around the state or around the nation, what we would consider traditional online. Some institutions may disaggregate that and look at which ones are delivered to their students on campus. But this is one of the things that's problematic. A little bit of history here, and I'm going to punt to Gabriella if you have any questions about this, but this information is taken from the CBM-04s, correct? So the CBM-04s are a series of reports that institutions submit on their based on the 12th class day enrollments.
And get paid for it. That's the basis of the reimbursement.
So it's the basis of formula funding. So what gets reported on the CBMs is how formula funding is calculated. My understanding is that the definitions on the CBMs have not been changed in a very long time. So these definitions may once have had meaning, but we deal with a field that has changed much more rapidly than the bureaucracy of the coordinating board has changed, at least in the reporting. And that's one of the things that we need to talk about this afternoon, and it has some impact as well on the revision of the distance education rules. So it's, I have to admit, when I first came here almost 2 years ago and they told me I was going to be doing distance ed, I thought, great, I've been teaching online for years. I was 2 or 3 months before I realized that distance education here did not mean online education. And I was even more surprised when I started getting notices of study abroad courses, because I couldn't understand why I was getting that. And somebody finally explained to me, well, it's considered an off-campus course and an off-campus program that falls under distance ed. So it's a little weird. And it makes some challenges with the interpretation of the data. And it also puts us out of step with some of the national definitions like Sloan C.
But field-based continues to not be considered.
Field-based continues to not be reported as distance education. Here's where things become difficult. Some field-based, though, is expected to be approved by the higher ed regional councils. Clinicals. So there's some weirdness there. Field-based isn't distance ed, but a clinical, which is usually technically field-based, does have to have, in theory, approval of the higher ed regional council in that area if it's at the undergraduate, at the introductory, the 100 or 200 level. So there's some inconsistencies.
Which office at the coordinating board decides whether or not they're going to change the definitions in the 004 and the 01 report? Is that
We
your-
will take recommendations to the data committee that deals with these, and then that's planning and accountability.
And we all agreed last year and the year before that those definitions are not quite right. I think that's why we started the work. We didn't address specifically the definitions from the report, and maybe that would be the next step for that subcommittee to work on those reports and then come to this group and then further on.
And I think that, my sense is that this is something that needs to be driven by the field. It needs to be driven by you guys. Since y'all are the ones that are reporting the information to your institutional research departments, and they're the ones that are then reporting to the coordinating board.
What I can tell you is that any change that we want to make encounters resistance from the institutions. I mean, everybody says, oh, we need to change, but when you go down to it and say, let's change, the institutions are reluctant because it costs money. Every little change means paying your programmers to program the reports, and so especially smaller institutions like Howard, that's it may be a big expense for them for one or two little codes. So keep in mind that.
I'll point out that one of the other things that you'll notice, if you haven't already, as you peruse the university data, is that we do have some larger institutions that may, for the most part, be non-represented here. We go by what is reported to us and what is reported, for funding. We have some institutions who believe that distance education is a significant piece of their mission, and some institutions that say that, their mission is really to train and to teach more face-to-face in the classroom on that campus. I think that the way that I interpret that data is, and this is something that I talk about here and in other places, looking at the role that distance education plays, and particularly by mission time. There are some places where distance education works very, very well. It fits very well with the mission of the institution. There are other places where distance ed doesn't work that well because it doesn't fit very well with the mission of the institution. We don't expect that distance ed is going to be a one-size-fits-all solution or priority for our institutions. So that's, from our perspective, not that troubling. What it does do, though, is sometimes it raises some eyebrows. We've been getting more and more requests for data and information from the press because distance ed has become a much more popular topic in the media, and this was especially the case when, the price per gallon of gas was around $2.50. And so, I think that we're getting to see more folks are becoming aware of it. More folks are seeing it as a viable alternative. It's not uniformly distributed amongst all of our universities. It's not uniformly distributed amongst all of our community and technical colleges. It's not going to be the solution, the one solution to improve closing the gaps targets, or the one solution to, help with better facility usage. But for some institutions, it's proving to be a very significant solution. So I think that's something else to sort of keep in mind as you're reading through the data and you're thinking, well, why isn't such and such university doing more? Or why is this institution doing so much? We might not expect them to be doing that much. I think if I remember right, West Texas A&M has pretty good distance ed numbers. Well, again, and sometimes we need to sort of also think about the regional issues. We see distance ed becoming increasingly important for highly dense urban areas and increasingly important for rural areas. Sort of the either ends of the extreme. And it's an issue of accessibility. There are some challenges there for either ends of those extremes. In rural areas, we still have challenges about the type of internet connections that are available. And that may be one reason why we see ITV still playing a role. In urban areas, we may have some other sets of challenges there in terms of choice and market. So it's a lot of different issues to keep in mind. These are issues that I know that you guys are dealing with on your own campus. And it's, something that I think is going to impact how we discuss rules revisions later today as well. Because we have to make sure, and this is what I've seen as the challenge here, that we have policy that's going to fit both ends of the spectrum. That we have policies and rules that will work for our rural institutions, and that we'll have policies and rules that will work for our institutions in very dense urban areas, where there may be a number of institutions offering a lot of different courses and programs, and the question becomes who gets to offer what. And then in rural areas, we may have the exact opposite, that there's not enough coverage, or we have one or two institutions and they don't have the infrastructure and the ability to offer everything that's necessary. One of the things that we've not talked about very formally yet, and that as we move forward in this committee, after we finish with the rules revisions, I think it would be wonderful for this committee to look at, is the question of consortiums in distance ed. Are there ways that we can better, as a state, leverage our resources? So, it's a couple of things to keep in mind. Any thing that strikes you or any questions about these reports? I don't have the SREB data handy. I did do a quick perusal of the latest Sloan Consortium, the Sloan C report, Staying the Course. How many of you guys have read this one so far? A few folks. Can we have the conference call set up?
I can't find this.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So one of the things that struck me as I was reading through the Sloan C report, if we look at what's going on nationally, 12.9% is the growth rate for online enrollments nationally. Remember, we said Texas was a 20.2% growth rate. So we are way, way above average. The other piece of information is that over 20% of all U.S. students are taking at least one online course in fall '07. It's 1 out of 5 students. And that's online. So we're seeing huge growth nationally. We're seeing even greater growth in Texas. There are significant economic impacts of this nationally. The latest Sloan C report talks about the impact on students in terms of transportation costs. It alludes to, but doesn't go into a lot of detail, the impact on institutions in terms of potentially decreased utilities costs. And Patrick, if my memory serves me correctly, one of the ways that the University of North Texas is marketing their online, and particularly a lot of their course redesign projects, is as a green alternative, an environmentally green alternative to traditional face-to-face, correct?
That's correct. Our tagline is saving the planet one online course at a time.
And when you run the numbers, it does make a difference in terms of utility costs. So those are a couple of things. If you haven't had a chance to read Sloan C yet, I would urge you to go ahead and do so. I think it is interesting to sort of look at your own institution in comparison to what's going on nationally, and then also to have a sense of what's going on in terms of the state in comparison to what's going on nationally. We're going to need to break for a couple of minutes. I need to have a chance to talk with Rob and George about the next piece of our meeting. We also need to get a teleconference set up. We're going to be considering a doctoral distance education proposal by Texas A&M Commerce. They're going to be calling in so that they didn't have to schlep all the way from Commerce to Austin just for 30 minutes with us. We're trying to do our part to be environmentally sound as well, but I think we're having some technical difficulties. So if we could break for about 10 minutes and good chance to go to the bathroom, get a Coke, get water, get coffee, and we'll re-adjourn at 11. We have some folks from Commerce on the line.
Yes, we're here.
Who's on the line?
This is Randy McBrennan.
Hi, Randy. This is Vanessa Davis over at the coordinating board.
Hi, Vanessa. How are you?
Good. If you could give us if you could hang loose for about 3 minutes. The Distance Ed Advisory Committee is coming back to reconvene. So give us about 2 minutes, and we'll be ready for you guys.
Okay.
Hey, I can do that.
To your right.
Thank you, BJ.
Hang a 300 above my mantle yesterday.
Oh.
Yes, it's quite heavy. Had to have two of the neighbors come over and stand on stuff, and it takes forever to get that thing hooked up.
I have 4 sons. My baby is 5.5 away.
Yes, they found Dennis.
Maybe I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
This is one of my more stellar meetings. When I came through Saturday, jumped in my car, went and bought 12.
My mother makes me do that when I go back to see her.
Well, and we have two little Wilbert, and Daddy is very unhinged.
You should not have told me that. Are you ready?
Yeah, actually, I haven't seen him in a while.
They come over and she says, I said, they're going to quit coming over.
Cash is one of my favorites.
This is just so
information to her.
I don't usually see all these
I told them to return it.
I had to brief back while I was finished working on that.
But I haven't seen him.
Yeah, they would dual credit fully online.
I'm not even trying
I'm so glad Cash.
He's a nice, touching man. And he's a hoot. I love his mother, too. I used to, when I was in the apartment,
But
You're going to finish.
let me get started.
I always tease his mother about being Cash's sister.
I bet she likes that.
She did.
I work close to her because we've been friends, forever.
Right.
When I was on the Secret Service,
I had this meeting on, focusing,
all those
urgent thinking.
I keep worrying.
And so I'm focusing and trying to be,
Get you down to the skinny
non-divergent.
end of the phone.
And then she...
All right, folks, we could reconvene. We've got everyone on the line.
Oh, well, we'll hold that later conversation. Okay. I came out of there crazy.
All right. This is going to be one time where you guys need to use the microphones. What we have is a conference call with representatives from Texas A&M University Commerce. You're going to hear them over the PA. The way that we make sure that they hear us is if we are diligent about using the mics. We are considering a request to expand the existing doctoral program, an EDD in Educational Administration at Texas A&M University Commerce, for that to become a distance doctoral program. In particular, a off-campus face-to-face cohort at Texas A&M Texarkana. Let me give you just a brief amount of background information, and then I'm going to turn it over to Rob to facilitate, and the folks from Commerce can introduce themselves then and talk to us a little bit about the program. You'll have a chance to ask some questions. Normally, our doctoral subcommittee would have taken a look at this and have a recommendation for you. They were not able to do that this time around. So you're not going to be getting a recommendation for them like you normally do. One of the other things that makes this a little different than the other doctoral programs that this committee has considered is that we categorize this as a Step 2 doctoral program. That means that Texas A&M Commerce and Texas A&M Texarkana are working in cooperation together. The degree program itself is the Commerce program. It is going to be presented, though, at Texarkana. Texarkana education faculty will participate in terms of teaching classes. They will also participate in terms of assisting in dissertation committees. And one of the reasons why this needs DEAC approval and needs coordinating board approval is because they also is going to change the table of programs for Texarkana. That's none of your concern, but I'm just letting you know that you probably saw a designation in here on 1 or 2 times to Step 2. That's a categorization of joint doctoral programs that we have here at the coordinating board. Sometimes those programs are delivered via distance technologies, sometimes they're not. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob, and then if you want, you can ask the folks online to introduce themselves.
Thank you, and welcome to our meeting. Appreciate you calling in. If we could we get you to introduce yourselves at the far end of the line?
This is Texas A&M University Commerce. I'm Randy McBroom, the Interim Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs.
I'm Madeline Justice, the Department Head of Educational Leadership.
And I'm Charlotte Larkin, Director of Instructional Technology and Distance Education.
That's great. I appreciate that. What we'd like is if you could take about 5 minutes and go over the program as you see it. We've read the documents that you've sent, but it's always nice to hear it in your words. So if you would review the program, and then we'll come back and ask some questions.
Okay. Basically, what we're looking at, this is Madeline Justice. What we're looking at is a corporate program with Texas A&M, Texarkana. And the program is where we have 2 doctoral programs or 2 groups. Texarkana is looking to eventually have their own doctoral program, but we are in a way, in fact, mentoring with them and help coordinate their program so that they can get off the ground and get started in that area. They have a number of students who are interested in their area that would be too far, really, actually, for them to come to Commerce. And because of that need, they have asked that we work with them in getting a quality program. Our program has been, I guess, probably here at the university for a number of years. It is of quality. We have probably the most in the state right now as far as superintendent and principals that we're producing. Of course, we have competition out there now, so that may be a different story in the near future. But what we're doing is hoping to really actually get Texarkana started and in the program, and we wanted to do some distance education, some face-to-face activities with them, and try to produce the superintendents that they have a desire for.
Great. We have a good-sized panel here. Our focus, as you know, is on distance education, and I'm going to open it up for questions. I would remind the DEAC that our questions really need to be contained within the realm of the distance delivery aspects rather than is there a market, those kind of things. Those might be tangential, but the core of our questions need to be about supporting the students at a distance. Folks?
I have a distance
procedural.
Identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Mike Simmons from Texas Women's University, and I'm going to ask the committee and staff this question. It may not relate specifically to this program. In Section 1, Item C, Program Delivery, the final statement in there anticipated that from 25 to 49% of the course in the program will be offered electronically via the Internet, thus this request for approval of distance education. Now, I'm just probably dumb here. It's not the 25 to 49 that kicks it in for this request. It's the off-site thing, That's right? right. That's Okay. right. Just making sure. Thank you. Other questions?
This is Kevin Eason with Tarrant County College. Can you just tell me how far Texarkana is from Commerce?
I get map questions.
Between 100 and 110 miles.
Okay.
Maybe a little farther than that.
Also, I had a question about the training in delivering instruction. You talk about training for online instructors at A&M University Commerce. There's face-to-face instruction using e-college and one-on-one assistance to faculty. What about faculty at Texarkana? What would be available to them?
We have 4 people on our staff that actually do the e-college training face-to-face, and we would send them to Texarkana to do that training. Of course, the Texarkana people would certainly be welcome to come to Commerce and participate in the orientations here, but we will send someone to Texarkana and train them on the e-college platform.
Okay. How did you manage to convince your institution to go with e-college? It's one of the most expensive since they do host and provide support. And do you anticipate that that's going to be a problem as you grow larger?
Perhaps. We've been on e-college for 3 years. We just signed an additional 2-year contract in January. Right now, I know that the Distance Ed committee, the system Distance Ed committee, is looking at perhaps a system platform. That's still up in the air. We went with e-college because we had been on Educator for 5 years and outgrew them. We chose e-college because they're the only ones that could host us and do what we needed to do 3 years ago. We looked at Angel, we looked at Desire to Learn. We could never get a firm price from Blackboard, and e-college had what we needed at the time. Whether or not we stay with them that's a crapshoot.
You cause a lot of smiles around the table. We feel that. Other questions, Kevin?
Yes, I'm the guy with all the questions. You talk about program need, and you identify that doctorates in educational administration leadership are offered in Texas at 12 public senior universities. And you talk about the A&M universities. Are there other institutions close to you that offer those same degrees?
I think that there is. I don't think so.
This is James Andrews, Texas State University. Just a point of clarification on page 8, bullet number 3, where you say the travel funds are available to faculty, and they are encouraged to originate instruction from remote sites at least 3 times each semester. What other remote sites would there be, or what do you anticipate? If you could clarify that for me, please.
There wouldn't be. There wouldn't be. It would just be between Commerce and Texarkana.
Thank you.
You also refer at one point to the Metroplex campus. Is that the Mesquite campus?
Yes.
It's called the Metroplex campus at sometimes?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. Interchangeable.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's the Metroplex
Mesquite campus, yeah.
Or site.
Site.
That brings up a question for me. This is Rob Robinson, the UT Telecampus. you're requiring a residency, a semester-length residency in the fall semester of the second year. Most of the document that seems to indicate that would take place in Commerce, but under 1C, you do say that the Mesquite and Texarkana campuses are considered residency campuses for the purposes of completing the residency. I'm a little confused on that. Can you clarify that for me?
The courses that they are taking, some of them are getting ready to start that are outside. I wouldn't say outside of the doctoral program, but they're electives in the doctoral program. They can take those because they're offered on their home campus. And they could use parts of that as their residency. But when we get ready to really and truly look at the residency area, they will be coming to Commerce to complete that, to finish that up. If we have courses that are offered on their home campus at the very beginning that are elective, then that's where they will be residing. When they come to this university, it will be residency courses that are offered in the doctoral program that are specifically for this campus only.
Okay, so because I'm dense, let me clarify. All of the doctoral students in this program will spend at least one semester taking courses on the Commerce campus.
That's correct.
Other questions?
Yeah, you might want to look at the chart on page 6, and this will give you the curriculum, and you'll see year 2 fall. And they will be on Commerce campus.
Got it. This is Marshall Shaw from University of Houston. You do a good job describing access to services at Commerce. These students are still going to be, will they have access to similar services at Texarkana? Or will all services be provided through Commerce?
Mm-hmm. All services will be provided on the Commerce campus.
So they won't have access to library resources or any kind of student support services at Texarkana?
They will have certainly library access. Student services, though, because there are students, right?
Right, that's
right.
correct.
The student services would be only on the Commerce campus because they would be enrolled Commerce students. They certainly would have access to the Texarkana Library. Our library on the Commerce campus is fully interactive with online and two-way interactive students with the proxies and the databases. The students would have access to that from wherever.
Thanks.
And this is Vanessa Davis. Let me just, at the coordinating board, let me just say real quickly, this is one of those things that's unique because this is a step 2 sort of joint doctoral program. These students are going to be enrolled as Texas A&M Texarkana students, and it's basically a joint program. So that makes it a little bit different than what we're used to seeing when we look at a distance ed cohort. What's happening is that because the degree is being granted primarily from Commerce, and because more than 50% of the courses are being delivered off of the Commerce campus, that's why it's having to be approved as a distance ed delivery. But these are not just, these are going to be both Commerce and Texarkana students with the home campus being Commerce.
Other questions?
Yeah, this is Kevin Eason again. I'm curious, what is Texarkana projecting as far as them eventually having their own program?
Are you asking when are they projecting?
Yes. Have they projected when they might do this, or is that just a goal in the future?
I think that may be a goal in the future, but hopefully if we can work with them for at least 2 years, and I don't know whether it's going to extend beyond that point, but I know for at least 2 years we will be working with them.
And again, let me clarify, if Texarkana wishes to become a standalone doctoral degree granting institution with an EDD in this field, they will actually have to go through the entire process that any doctoral program would need to go through for approval here at the coordinating board, which would mean receiving preliminary authority, submitting a degree program proposal, having a site visit with external evaluators from outside the state, and then full coordinating board approval. So,
is more favorable attention given if they have done a cohort
not necessarily.
type program?
Would it be the initial DOC program for Texarkana?
I do not remember off the top of my head, but I believe so.
I believe it is.
This is Mickey Slimp with the Northeast Texas Consortium. Good to see you all here today. Wanted to ask, in the reading, I believe I understood it right, that after the initial cohort, you will move to having committee chairs available from Texarkana?
That's correct.
Other questions?
Yeah, this is Rosalind Smith from Texas Tech. I was looking at Section 5, the section on expected enrollments. It says the impact on the existing face-to-face program, it says the impact would be minimal. Could you tell us how many students are in your current program at Commerce and how many of those students currently come from Texarkana, perhaps, and how you foresee that? And also in Section 5B, it talks about the cohort program courses offered online will augment the face-to-face and ITV courses. But in your list on page 6, I didn't see any designation of courses that were going to be specifically offered online. Could you fill us in a little bit on that, please?
Okay, I guess probably for your first question, you were asking how many students are we probably going to have as a part of this cohort?
No, I was wondering how many students do you currently have in your doctoral program, and how many of those come from Texarkana right now?
Gosh, I think we have perhaps over 200 students in our doctoral program, and none of them really actually come from Texarkana.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then could you talk a little bit about your online courses?
Let's see, I think we're offering one. There will be one. There's one right now. And then as time goes on, as we move through this, we're going to be delivering more, with the training that we get from here on campus, and then making sure that training is also at the Texarkana campus. We will be delivering all of this, hopefully, online in some kind of format, either distance or online through eCollege.
So this is Kevin again. You talk on page 10 about using 2 professors who will be team teaching. Is that going to be for every single course in the program, or just where you're interacting via video conferencing?
No, it would be for every course that we have. That is through either eCollege or either through video conference.
Okay.
Because in a way, what we're supposed to be doing as well is mentoring the Texarkana faculty. So that means that our faculty would have to have some kind of interaction with them. They're going to be planning together and also moving through the courses together with the students.
Did this already go through the notification process of institutions within a 50-mile radius of your institution?
Actually, as a clarification, Kevin, it would go through a notification process to institutions within a 50-mile radius of Texarkana.
Texarkana, excuse me.
And if memory serves me correct, I'm not sure there are any.
There aren't any.
Yeah, there aren't any in
I don't think there are any.
So this doesn't have to go through a notification.
Might also add that we've talked to SACS about that. We're already pretty clear of what everyone's going to have to do. Texarkana has to apply for a level change, and they've already started that process. We're working with a joint proposal process with SACS, so we're well on the way with that.
Good. One last question. You talk about assessing student learning outcomes from your online courses. and comparing those to face-to-face and ITV courses, how are you planning to assess student learning outcomes? Is that with grade distributions or comparable exams?
We will probably be doing, because we have other cohorts that are going on, we will be able to make a comparison with the cohort, this joint cohort with the other cohort, I guess probably as a form of assessment. It would be grades, it could be portfolios that they will be using, and those kinds of strategies.
Great. Other questions? Do we need to, how do we wrap this up, Vanessa?
Well, folks at Commerce, thank you very much. And what I need you to do is go ahead and hang up and get off the line, and then I will be emailing you later this afternoon and letting you know if we need any more follow-up information and sort of giving you a heads up of what the process is for the next steps.
Okay, thank you very much, Vanessa.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Randy.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Say hi to Mary for me.
Okay, all righty. Thank you, Kevin. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Okay, folks. Is there discussion about this? Any gaps in the report, the proposal, that we think should be addressed by asking for more information? My sense is this is a fairly standard approach. We've seen it happen several times in the state, and at least nothing presented itself of great concern to me, but I'm anxious to hear your thoughts. Buddy?
Patrick, don't you have a program that is close or similar or?
We do. We offer the doctorate to Region 10 service area, which overlaps, of course, with some of the commerce areas in the state. But I checked with our Office of Institutional Research to see if they had any questions or objections, and they did not, partially based on us being in a federation with Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, good.
And the primary market being serving in service of Texarkana, not the Metroplex.
Exactly.
Right. Rob, on a personal note, I got my doctorate at Commerce and was working at A&M Texarkana at the time.
So you know that drive.
I know that drive very well, and I think there will be several people who will be very pleased to know that this has been passed.
Just for clarification, Stephen F. Austin is over in that neck of the woods in Nacogdoches, but if I understand accurately, we are beyond 50 miles, I'm sure, and so really there's no foundation really to say anything about it. Is that correct?
The way that the notification goes, as it stands right now in policies and procedures, and this will be one of the things that we'll be discussing this afternoon in conjunction with the rule changes, is that off-campus face-to-face programs require a notification if they're at the master's and doctoral level. Well, if they're at any level, they require notification of all institutions within a 50-mile radius of the delivery site. If they are at an associate's level, it still requires that, and then it also requires the involvement of the Higher Education Regional Council. Okay. But you're right, Randy.
That's a notification, but if SFA wanted to protest this from happening, there's really, it's beyond the scope of the rules to do so. Is that right?
That is correct.
Other comments, questions? Somebody care to make a motion?
I make a motion it be approved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
One abstention, it's my colleges.
One abstention. Noted.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Just so that you know, we have, and you received this document, but you're not having to actually deal with it. You received it as an informational item. We have another institution that would like to expand its existing doctoral program, distance ed doctoral program. That's Texas Woman's University's PhD in nursing is going to be expanded to a delivery site at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. Because that's the addition of a delivery site to an existing program, the doctoral subcommittee will handle that. The full committee doesn't need to deal with it, and that's per your revisions last year. And so the three folks that are right now currently on the doctoral subcommittee, Rob, Doug, and George, are going to huddle their heads over lunch and make a recommendation on that. However,
So we read this for nothing?
now I said in it that it was for informational purposes only. And the old professor in me is going to say, you don't ever read anything for nothing. All for edification.
I don't think nothing was actually what I meant.
That slipped, didn't it?
I could have gone to bed about 45 minutes earlier.
Well,
Keep showing your
I
toes,
should have read your
Kelly.
email.
I wasn't going to go there.
You can.
But this actually does raise something that, although it's not on the agenda, I think we can go ahead and take up. Because of the changes in membership and the folks that have gone off, our doctoral subcommittee is down to 3 folks. And we really need to have a few more on there. So you and I didn't talk about it, Rob, but I would suggest that you open the floor for self-nominations or drafting. We've never set a firm rule of how many folks should be on there, but we should probably have about 5, I think. 5 or 6 would be a good number. What that subcommittee does, to refresh your memory, is they will take an initial crack at any new doctoral distance education programs and will normally make a recommendation to the advisory board about that. Didn't happen this time, and I apologize. And then they will handle expansion of existing doctoral programs. And they make that recommendation directly to coordinating board staff. And expansion of existing programs in terms of a new delivery sites can be dealt with at the staff level. New distance education doctoral programs like the one that we just considered must have full coordinating board approval at one of their quarterly meetings. I do not think that's going to change anytime soon unless you guys want to make a recommendation that change as we're discussing the rules revisions and the policy and procedure revisions this afternoon. And it certainly would be within your purview to make that recommendation if you think that it is no longer fruitful for this committee to consider those new distance education doctoral programs. I'll put my 2 cents in. I think we saw last year where we ended up with a program that was greatly improved in the end after it went through the process of this committee reviewing it. So I do think that there's still some value to that, but I would defer, of course, to your judgments.
2 points. One, you talked about starting a new distance learning program, and you talked about expanding the site. And I know that you and I had emailed about this, but could you remind me of if you're currently delivering a doctoral program to a site, and you want to change that to completely electronic delivery, that does require full DEAC consideration, is that correct? But
yes.
Not coordinating board approval.
No, if you're looking, it'll require coordinating board approval too. If you're looking at changing modalities from an off-campus face-to-face program to an online program, we've discussed this within staff, and we believe that sort of a modality change is a significant enough pedagogical change, and it also significantly changes the resources that are needed for faculty and the resources that are needed for students, that would require consideration by the full DEAC and would require consideration at one of the coordinating board meetings.
Okay.
Because it is we are talking about basically a new program.
Then a second thing, I think I was actually on that doctoral review committee at one time, but I had recused myself from a couple of discussions. And since I believe I'm supposed to rotate off this committee this summer, I don't know how productive it would be for me to continue to volunteer to be on that. But if, in any case, if you need somebody else to sit on it the rest of this semester and so forth, I'd be happy to do that.
And so the new folks know as well, we have had in the past and currently have community college representatives that serve on that committee, and we see no problem why community college representatives should not serve on that committee just because you're not at a doctoral degree granting institution. So you're more than welcome to volunteer.
Absolutely.
Rob, I'd be happy to volunteer.
Anybody else? We could use Juan Andrews.
Who's on the committee already?
Rob, Doug, George, and Rosalind through the summer, when she actually does retire.
From this committee.
Not from tech.
Okay, then what I see right now is the composition is Ferrier, Marquez, Robinson, Smith, as long as we have her, Levy, Andrews, and Srinivasan. Is that correct?
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to mention one thing. We do track for the new members the programs we keep online in Blackboard. We have a site for PhD programs. We'll be adding you to that, but we do hold written discussions there and other material that we have also access specifically if anybody from the public wants to come and look at that. So.
And would you mind sending, once we get a new roster up online, and we should have that roster up within a couple of days, would you mind sending an email to all of the folks, or you can send it to me and I'll forward it to everyone that gives that web address? The other thing to probably remind folks and as information for the new members, we did finally get a legal counsel ruling last year. I never thought I would deal with lawyers as much as I've dealt with lawyers since doing this, but we did actually get a legal counsel ruling last year that we can meet, that DEAC can meet via distance technology. And I actually had to get a legal ruling that that the Distance Education Advisory Committee could meet via distance technology. But we can meet via distance technology. I believe the way that we worded that ruling is that it would primarily be for the deliberation of new doctoral distance education programs. But if something happened that we needed a program to be considered in between one of our regularly scheduled meetings, we have a mechanism where we as a committee can have that discussion and have that determination by meeting as a webinar or somehow meeting online. When we did it last time, some of you may remember, Phil had to, as chair, had to actually come down here and sit in the Lone Star room with me, with it projected up on screen in case anybody from the public wanted to come and observe, because this meeting is, of course, like any other, subject to the Texas Sunshine Laws, and so we have to have public access for it, which I should probably tell you, I didn't realize that we were webbing this, streaming this on the web, but we are, so just sort of be aware. I looked up a few minutes ago and realized that that red light was on the camera there, and that there was somebody back there.
Right
so.
behind your bench.
They're all around.
Little late to tell us now.
I know, sorry.
Excuse me for all those questions.
Oh, they would have been in the minutes anyway.
I'd like to move the meeting to adjourn.
No.
We really think somebody is out there watching.
I think we're safe.
Vanessa, can you clarify again which doctoral programs would come before us and which would not?
So new distance education doctoral programs would come before us. Distance education programs that exist but are a change in modality. So something that is moving from an off-campus face-to-face to online or ITV to online would come to this committee as well. What comes to this committee then subsequently goes to the board. So new distance ed doctoral programs or doctoral programs where we see a significant shift in the modality of delivery.
Which ones would we not see?
The ones that you do not see is when we have existing doctoral distance ed programs and they are adding a delivery site. So, for example, Texas Woman's University has an existing PhD in nursing science that it offers to several delivery sites. They have requested that they add Texas A&M University Corpus Christi as a new delivery site. The subcommittee will deal with that and make a recommendation to staff. This committee will not. Over the summer, we had Texas Tech University that had an existing EDD in educational admin or educational leadership. Educational leadership, and they wanted to add delivery sites in the Metroplex and in Odessa, in Midland. And so that was handled with the doctoral subcommittee. That's why you guys never saw it. We will share those documents with you as information, but y'all made the decision last year that if it's an existing program, you don't really need to review it. The purpose of it coming before this committee is really the review to make sure that new programs will have all of their bases covered, and particularly with assessment issues, as we know that that's becoming increasingly important for accreditation. And then also student support services has been one of the other issues that I've seen you guys ask a lot of very good questions about and give great leadership and guidance in. So,
And just to clarify the process, and correct me if I'm wrong, when a new proposal comes through us, if the first stop is the subcommittee, who then reviews it and then reports to the committee and that's when we bring the folks in to have a conversation as well. So the first stop is always going to be the subcommittee.
Exactly.
Some things will wind up here and some things won't.
and where it goes after here is I will take your recommendation to McGregor. The assistant commissioner makes his recommendations to the commissioner. The commissioner makes his recommendations to the board, and then the board has the final approval. That's for new programs. For additional delivery sites to existing programs, I take your recommendation to the assistant commissioner, and the assistant commissioner and the commissioner then make their decision, and it doesn't have to go to the board.
The subcommittee, though, Rob, has the opportunity to communicate with the university.
Yes.
Prior to any documentation coming to this committee for discussion.
That's correct.
Yes, and asking for questions. And in the past, that's what has happened, is that subcommittee has asked for additional information or has suggested that the university, that the institution make some changes or some modifications, so that ideally what you get here is cleaner and ready to go, so that we don't have something happen like last year where the committee ends up reviewing something numerous times before it is comfortable with making a recommendation on it.
I just have a question about a procedural question about the meeting that we might hold over the internet. The question being that some of the public in near the University of North Texas is aware that we have a member there. Do they have the right to go to that site to go to the meeting, or must they come to Austin?
You know, we didn't talk about that, George, so I don't know. I think ideally what will happen in the future is that we might be able to share with them how they can sort of tune in directly from their computer. The reason we sort of did it the way we did it this time is because otherwise this committee meets face-to-face in Austin, with the exception of usually that one meeting at TXDLA. And so it just made sense to open up a conference room here so that people could sit there and listen if they wanted to.
Vanessa, can members of the public actually ask questions of this group, or is it for information purposes only? Can they just listen in?
You know, I'll tell you the way that it has operated in the past, Patrick, and whether or not this is the official way, I don't know. We're a fairly collegial group. I mean, you notice we got several visitors in the room today, and they're sitting at the table with us. And that's not unusual. We oftentimes have visitors, and they sit at the table with us. So, you know, in the past, folks that have been interested in participating have certainly been, of the general public, have certainly been welcome to come in and listen and, you know, speak whenever they felt like they needed to. What I think we want to avoid is getting into a circumstance where it might be construed as a hearing, where there's commentary from the general public, because that actually sets up a whole other set of issues and legalities that we would have to deal with, and that's not something that our advisory committees traditionally do. But we've been a collegial group, and, we don't have a whole lot of folks that decide that they want to come down. So when we have a few, we always try to get them at the table, and if they've got something that they feel like they need to say or participate, we've always tried to make sure that they've had that opportunity. And as I think Rosalind or Stephen pointed out, I doubt there's anybody watching us right now. There might be. I actually am probably about to text one of my friends who's always wanted to see what one of these things looks like.
Army of one.
That's right. Just in case she's at her computer.
I'm sorry. Just to dissuade her from public service.
I think she's already dissuaded.
She's having a hard time sleeping.
I know.
So just for clarification.
Yes,
Are
Randy.
you saying that this whole committee meeting could have been conducted over some type of technology? Are we allowed to do that? Yes or no?
We have a ruling that allows us to periodically meet via distance technology. The agreement is that is for very limited purposes and limited times. This sort of a meeting where we're having a 5 to 6 hour meeting and conducting a number of different issues, no, I do not think that we would be allowed to do that. And I'll be very honest with you, in terms of this type of discussion that we have to have this afternoon, I'm not sure that a distance format would be the best way to hash out the rules and the policies and the type of discussion we need this afternoon.
But it's okay for special called.
But for special called meetings where we need to consider, for example, a doctoral program that's on a very sharp timeline because it has to get on the agenda for the Academic Excellence and Research Subcommittee and then the Board Committee, then yes, it is appropriate to do so then.
What are our notification requirements for any meetings, including special call? How far in advance do we have
We're
to
required to
establish?
post agendas 10 days in advance in the Texas Register.
Okay.
And that's for all state meetings. There's some discussion amongst our lawyers about whether or not we have to do that, but we do it anyway, just to be on the safe side. So, in case you didn't know, 10 days before a meeting, you can always look in the Texas Register and see what the agenda is for the DEAC meeting.
I'm sure there's just a multitude out there waiting with bated breath. I would worry about them.
The web's going down.
There is, Rob, I think there's food here.
Yep.
If we want to take a break, get our food, and then probably try to start back around, what happened to my agenda that I wrote cheat sheets on? Around 12:30, I think.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And I will go make sure that we're off the air while we eat.
Are those clocks correct back there?
Now that you've gotten to enjoy your great coordinating board meal of Schlotsky's, I understand we have a request for barbecue, but as I explained, it's a wonderful idea in theory.
Vanessa, I have been on this committee for I cannot tell you how many years. This is probably, moving to Schlotsky's was probably one of the better decisions.
Yes. Amen.
There we go.
It's better food than I think I've actually had here.
Yes.
Well,
I've done this for years.
we are limited by ease of catering and cost. So,
Compared to some of the past, this was good.
and I think some of you guys sort of know how we operate upstairs. We share, we have a program director and senior program director, staff, I guess in academic affairs, there's around 25, 30 of us, and we share 5 administrative assistants. So we don't have,
The staff is next.
we have great staff that are spread really thin. And them helping us staff meetings like this. This is sort of in addition to their usual duties, and so we've tried to find with the lunch, we've tried to find something that tastes reasonably good, but is also going to be really easy for our staff to handle, considering that they're putting out all sorts of other fires upstairs. So
Is this discussion on the internet right now?
I think this discussion may now be back on the internet.
Yeah, remember those dead spinach salads we used to have?
That was before my days. I try to do you guys right.
Really
I
bad.
remember, Claudia.
Oh, weren't they bad? I mean, Schlotsky's looks like luxury after that.
All right, so, yes, William.
Until I'm new, 'cause I'm still polite and raise my hand.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, get over it.
Being new to this group, with all this talent in the room, I would love to mine some of their minds. Is there any time during our session to do any type of questions or collaboration or thoughts on things during this process?
We can try to do that at the end.
I just missed it.
The new people weren't invited to that.
You really do have to speak up.
Okay, and you know,
Put him on committee. Is that
we've already got you, so you knew folks. This wasn't a test to see if you liked us. By showing up today, you have shown that you are now members for the next 3 years.
There's no
You
money
signed your souls over. 3-year appointment. It was in your letter.
Oh, yeah, right.
Didn't call for nominations, too.
All right. I would like to try to get us out a little bit early, if at all possible. So that means we need to move on, as enjoyable as it is to listen to all of y'all harass me and each other. We're on agenda item number 8, and I need to give you some explanation about how this afternoon is going to work, and then I'm going to turn things over to Rob and Kevin to sort of facilitate. We have had a subcommittee that has been looking at, and Kevin Eason has been the chair of it, that has been looking at revisions to coordinating board rules and policies regarding distance education for several months now. We had originally hoped that we would be able to have rule revisions handled at the April board meeting. It very quickly became clear that the amount of things that need to happen were not going to lend themselves to that timeline. We are hoping to take rules revisions to Chapter 5, Subchapter E, to the coordinating board at its October quarterly meeting. Let me tell you why it's so far out, and why I think that that's okay. Because of what is required for posting coordinating board rules changes, we actually internally would have to send any proposed rule changes to our legal counsel, what basically ends up being about 14 weeks or so before one of the coordinating board meetings. So we also have a number of rules changes that are slated to most likely be considered at the July board meeting. We see that this is going to be a significant set of changes to rules for distance education. We want to make sure that it gets the consideration it should. So that means that we're shooting for the September AER meeting and the October board meeting. What's going to happen is that this committee will make recommendations to coordinating board staff regarding proposed changes to rules and policies with distance education. We'll work with those, make sure that everything is sort of copacetic and fits with everything else that's going on. They'll get reviewed internally by a number of different folks. They'll get reviewed by the assistant commissioner, they'll get reviewed by the deputy commissioner, they'll get reviewed by chief legal counsel, they'll get reviewed by the commissioner, and then they get posted for a very lengthy period of public comment. And we are pretty serious about wanting to make sure that we get public comment. Most likely, I will be turning to you guys to make sure that the folks that you inform the folks at your institution that these changes are proposed so that they can go in and read over them and make public comment. We will probably be contacting other folks to make sure that they know that the rules changes are being proposed and that everybody has an opportunity to comment on it. After the public comment period, all of those comments come back to coordinating board staff, and then we are required to respond to each comment. Now, sometimes that means we make modifications to what we proposed. Sometimes we say no revision needed. Sometimes we say we give reasons for why we don't think that revision should work. After that, the proposed changes go to the Academic Excellence and Research Subcommittee of the board. They meet usually about a month to 6 weeks prior to the board meeting. They'll consider and either approve or not, and then their recommendation goes to the full coordinating board for their consideration at one of its annual meetings. At that point, the rules are changed. Policies and procedures are internal documents to the coordinating board and to the field. They do not require the full board approval for change. They can be changed in-house as long as we have our commissioner's approval. What we're suggesting here is we're talking about both of these things simultaneously, a change to the rules and a change to policies and procedures simultaneously. And the reason why we're looking at them simultaneously is we would like to have the policy and the procedures document ready to go as soon as the coordinating board itself makes a ruling on any proposed rule changes so that we can get things done very quickly. That policy and procedures, though, is that document that you guys are probably most familiar with that lays out when do you notify, who do you notify, how do you know if you notify, what information do you have to provide, what are the regional councils and what do they do. It's that lovely document, which we recognize is not always as clear as it could be. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what the timeline is that we're on. As I mentioned to you earlier today, part of the kicker in all of this, there's two of them. The rules deal with everything that is considered to be distance education or education at a distance. That means off-campus face-to-face, electronic to groups, electronic to individuals, cooperative education, and study abroad, study out of the state. It's sort of the kitchen sink subchapter. And as such, Kevin Eason is going to talk about some recommended changes that would basically break it up into two subchapters and give it a little bit more coherence. What I'd like us to do today, Kevin's going to talk a little bit. You've got an idea of what the timeline is that we're on. We're not going, I do not anticipate that we are going to finish dealing with this today. We have down here consideration of adopting recommendations. I don't think we're going to adopt any recommendations today, but I had to put it on here in case we did. Okay? And you'll notice that, by the way, that this agenda is much more detailed than you usually get, and that's thanks to a recent Attorney General's ruling. So we had to make sure that the possibility was there in case you did it. I don't anticipate we're going to do that. What I do anticipate is going to happen is that we're going to get a really good conversation. We're going to get a lot of stuff out on the table. I think there are a few decisions that we can make today that will help the subcommittee continue with its work. And then I think that we will then at the end of the meeting talk about when it makes sense for us to meet again so that we can conclude our discussions and then make considerations about rule changes and policy and procedure changes. So I don't think we're going to finish with this today. Didn't intend that we would. We're going to have probably another meeting where we're going to deal with this. The rules haven't been updated in a very long time. The policy and procedures manual's been updated within the last few years, but it needs other updates. And I cannot sort of overemphasize how important this work is. It may not be the sexiest, but it has the potential to make a lot of your lives easier, so you can keep telling yourself that. And It also has the potential, I think, to put us better in line with things like national definitions and other things that will make comparison reporting between Texas and the rest of the world a little bit easier to get a handle on. So having said that, I do really, again, want to thank Kevin Eason for the leadership that he's taken on that subcommittee, and for the folks both from DEAC and then from the field that aren't a part of DEAC have played on those subcommittees. So Kevin's going to give you about 10-minute overview of what they've done so far. We're going to talk about a couple of things and see if we can't come to some at least initial conclusions. And then Rob is going to lead us in about 30-minute really focused discussion about definitions. And then after that, we're going to break up into two groups, two working groups to discuss some other issues, and then we'll come back again as a large group and sort of bandy about a few issues that have come up, and then get a handle on when you guys are going to be ready to meet again to finish this process. So with that said, Kevin, if you want to walk us through real quickly what y'all have done.
Okay. Well, our recommendation was to do away with all of these rules, so we thought we could make that recommendation and approve it today.
Seconded.
All in favor?
You know, my mistake was getting you your own sandwich, wasn't it?
It was. I'm a happy man today. Thank you. I passed around several documents for you to look at, and we'll talk quickly through those. I do think one of the most successful things about this venture was opening it up for non-DEAC people to serve on committees. We had 30 or more people serving. We broke this down into 4 subcommittees. First of all, Rob Robinson chaired the subcommittee looking at definitions. They're still looking at definitions. Patrick chaired the subcommittee that was looking at the actual requirements, things that we have to do, we have to fulfill. Vicki Trayweek, Dean of Distance Education at Weatherford, chaired a subcommittee looking at regional councils and reporting issues. And then I was working with the group looking at the rules in general. So first of all, you have a document talking about the purpose of the subchapter. And if you'll focus on the board's goals are for quality and access, with the rules then designed to assure the adequacy of the infrastructure necessary for that. There are 3 definitions down there, distance education course. These definitions are being revised, and when Rob talks later, you'll see the focus of some of those. Extension courses and programs, and then off-campus courses. For a community college, an off-campus course is outside the taxing district. For a senior institution, off-campus is anywhere other than the main campus site. And the regional councils deal with lower-level courses. So it's been an educational process with some of the universities to understand what is going on with that. The next document is titled the Subcommittee on Definitions. These are not all of the definitions that are in the chapter, but these are the ones that Rob and the group he has been working with are still reviewing and refining. And he'll talk more about this in just a minute. There's a third document titled Subcommittee on Regional Council Duties. It's got a chart on the first page. This deals with the work that Vicki Trayweek has done, and she's done an incredible job. Her committee recommended that there be a pilot use of a common template for the submission of institutional off-campus instruction plans. I don't know how many of you have dealt with that process of either creating one or reviewing them, but having done that for years, I can tell you it's very hard because many institutions get very creative with what they're presenting. So Vicky's group recommended a common template that would be used in the Metroplex region, as well as, what's the other region, Vicki?
Region 2, West Texas region?
Region 2 West Texas with Mike Reeser and Sweetwater. Vicki and Patrick and I were all at the regional council meeting last Friday to review this. I can tell you reviewing them from a common template was wonderful. On the 4th page, you will see a red document with a red banner going across the top. This is a website that Texas State Technical College has developed for our use in this pilot program. So everyone go up there. The second link at the very top red bar says institutional plans. This is open to the public, so anyone can go in there and review the plans. The only thing you cannot do if you're not logged in is you cannot upload a plan or delete your plan. But otherwise, all of them are there, so you could have your deans or your academic people review the plans from other schools if necessary. On the next page, you'll see kind of what the page looks like when you log in. So you can see the Metroplex Region 3, all of the plans listed. Prior to this, we would receive our plans the day of the regional council meeting and start looking at them. With this process, Vicki requested that we post them a week ahead of time. That allowed me to go through every plan, look for things that said Fort Worth or Arlington, Tarrant County College, and then forward those to my academic deans to ensure that those were correct. So the last page on here shows the actual template that was used. So instead of reviewing narrative plans or lists, you can actually see what the courses are, whether they're non-credit or credit, how they're delivered, where they're delivered, the responsible institution, and whether there is an agreement in place. TSTC is willing to take this even further and to develop this as a live database where you would go in and enter all your information into the database. That way you could go to the site, search for queries, or do queries to find those areas where you need to look into or be concerned about. So that is a recommendation they have made to our large committee, and we're passing that on, is that a use of a common template be used for all regional councils in the state. I don't know if we want to go further about the website, but definitely the use of a common template is something that could help all of us. Vanessa.
I was going to say, in case you haven't noticed, we've got texasherc.org up on.
Yeah, if you want to go to that, it's www.texasherc.org. And you can go all around the report. The only thing you can, Vanessa's showing you how you can search by year, you can search by region, by a specific college if you were looking for someone.
Kevin, why don't you have them log in? You can use WCs if you want to.
Okay.
And see what you can actually do as a user.
Vanessa, you want to go ahead and log in?
Yeah, tell me what to put in.
WC.
Vicki's very creative
Yeah.
with that. That's the one thing I admire about her creativity.
Can I give a little
Yes.
credit right quick? While Vanessa's looking for this and getting it in there, I don't want to take the credit for this website at all. I just kind of chaired the committee and made the phone calls. A gentleman by the name of Glenn Bedgood at TSTC Sweetwater is totally responsible for this. He's done a wonderful job. Every time that I've called him about anything, he's fixed it on the phone like that. He is the one who had the idea to make this a searchable database for us. And there are also some other suggestions we've taken to him that he says, yeah, we can do those things. So Glenn Bedgood, give him kudos if you see him.
Yes, he did a wonderful job, but we can't discount that Vicki made phone calls and that Vicki had a vision. but this could be used for notification purposes. You can check the institutions you want to see receive your report. We've also talked about how this possibly could be used for notification in upper-level courses and programs. If all of the institutions were listed there, you could enter your or post your proposal for a program or a course, and then select those institutions that are within a 50-mile radius of your institution, and have that notification automatically go there. In the regional council meeting that we had Friday, there was a situation where one institution objected to a course another institution was offering and said they had objected last year, but the notification had never gotten there. So our current process of sending emails back and forth between those institutions might not be the most efficient or effective. So going somewhere where we have everything posted on a central site could be an answer. One of the questions Vanessa had is TSTC is willing to continue developing this site, but we would need to talk about sustainability, all of those issues. So right now we're just presenting this as something we had used as a pilot. Vicki, you got the summary responses. In
Yes.
general, were they positive to using this?
They were overwhelmingly positive. I made copies of everybody's comments from our regional council meeting last Friday, and I apologize, I only made 20 copies, so we may need to share those a little bit. But just so you'll know, the comments were very positive. There were some constructive things on there. This is what we might do. Could we add that? But overwhelmingly, they did appreciate the standardized report format and the ability to see the reports at least a week ahead of time. The Northwest region that Mike Reeser is in, TSTC, this was actually his website that he's used for the last couple of years. He requires us to post our reports 2 weeks ahead of time. We just kind of got behind a timeline curve there, and I only gave everybody a week, but it seemed to work out all right. Everybody got their reports on time.
Vicki, does your data roll over from one semester to another, so you can update rather than having to re-enter everything each year?
It will on the website, yes, it does on the website. But last year's reports that we all posted there, we used a different format. Now this year, especially in our region, Region 3, we're going to continue to require that everyone use the standardized form, whether that's what the entire state goes to or not. Our group really appreciated and liked that. So yes, their report will be there again next year. They can just pick it up, send it to the deans, department chairs, ask for revisions, accumulate that, and put it back together.
Especially if it was done in a database, it would be very easy to capture that. So some of the weaknesses we have run into with regional councils, a lot of the senior institutions do not plan as far in advance as some of the community colleges do. We had 2 or 3 universities that said they only had their fall schedule in place. And the region that I have been in, we've never had a process where schools then update their plan mid-year or submit any changes. It's like we meet every March, and then we don't come back and revisit the issues until the next March. So there needs to be something done with mid-year reviews or submissions or changes or something like that, if indeed it is important for the regional council to give approval, because right now approval in my region at least is only done at the beginning of the year. You'll see another document that has a blue bar going down the middle. This document was prepared by Jan Richards, who's worked with Patrick Plush in the requirements subcommittee. And the middle column of this document, this talks about what has to be done, what is due, and so we're looking at that. And then the last document is revised policies for off-campus instruction. This document is just a general draft, some ideas about notification to institutions. As you know, the subchapter deals with a lot of issues, and I think Vanessa even made a comment a little earlier about some of the things in there are very weird, or, you know, it's like the bathwater subchapter. And you can tell that just from the heading where it says approval of distance education, off-campus, and extension courses and programs. They've lumped a lot of things together here, and at one time, distance education administrators probably were responsible for anything that didn't fit in the traditional instructional mode. I know we were at TCC. Anything off campus we were responsible for, distance education, etc. But now that these programs are growing and these issues are quite different, the recommendation of our full subcommittee is that at this time it would make more sense and be more efficient if we split this subchapter into two subchapters. One of the subchapters would deal only with the approval of distance education courses and programs. The second subchapter then would deal with off-campus and extension courses and programs. Ron was on that group that made that recommendation. Ron, why don't you briefly share your 1-minute thought on that?
Well, my 1-minute thought on that is when you combine the two together, whichever one you're interested in, there's a lot of static because of the other one there that you're not interested in. And most of the people in distance learning in this room, electronic delivery, you're interested in online, ITV, those things. And there's a lot of information about off-campus and extension that surrounds all of that, and you sort of have to dig through the haystack to find what you're trying to look at. So it'd just be a matter of separating them so each side would not have to put up the noise that the other one creates.
Yeah, that when we first started meeting with the subcommittee, we asked the group their thoughts about all of these guidelines and documents, and some of the comments from these administrators were, everything needs to be in one place. We need a centralized location to check what it is we're supposed to do. But another comment was there were too many rules, and sometimes the rules didn't coincide with each other. For example, somewhere in one of these documents it states that community colleges have to report courses that are outside their service area but inside their taxing district. For Leanne Nutt at North Central Texas College, that was about 37 pages of courses and programs. Another document only says you report outside your taxing district. So there needs to be clarity, there needs to be organization of the topics, guidance. People want to know, okay, what do we do? Just tell us what it is we need to do, and where is that form, or where is that guideline. And then we also need the guidelines to support us and our programs. So we can go to our institutions and say, you know, this is required, we need this support. So that is our primary recommendation at this time, that the subchapter E would be split into two subchapters. You will see also from the documents that Vanessa sent to you ahead of time, there is a notification and approval procedures document that goes along with this. Right now that notification and approvals document combines distance ed, off-campus, and extension courses. And so we would propose that subchapter E be divided, and then we also work on the notification and approval procedures document, divide it. And so basically I envisioned that we would go forward from this point with two subcommittees then, one that would be looking strictly at distance education. Patrick has agreed to continue in that role, working on that. The other subcommittee would deal with off-campus and extension courses, and Vicki Treyweek has agreed to continue chairing and moving forward with that. Obviously, I don't know, Rob, if we want to pass off the definitions to them as soon as your group gives the okay or what, but definitions are probably going to be one of the most contentious and volatile issues that we will be taking on. So fortunately, that's a Rob deal.
Thanks, man.
But, hey, you agreed a long time ago to do that. But that is our recommendation. Our primary recommendation at this time is that the best thing at this time would be to split the subchapter. Questions?
Kevin, is there, I know there'll be an impact on the definition, or from the definitions and stuff, on reporting requirements, programming by our registrars and stuff. In terms of dividing the subchapter up, are there any ramifications from that on the reporting side, or is that pretty neutral?
I don't think there will be any ramifications at all. All it would do, as Ron said, would help everyone to get a better focus of where that topic is and what's required. I don't envision any problems. Does Gabriella, anybody else see a potential problem with that? I guess not. Speak if you have.
No, I was thinking about something else.
Okay.
I have a question.
Randy?
I have a comment that I think might address that. The definitions really serve two purposes in my mind. One is for reporting purposes, so that when we ask questions or legislators ask questions, how many of distance ed courses are we doing? Know what we're talking about,
right?
And they understand what that information means. So there's a reporting aspect to the definition, but there's also a permissions aspect. For example, if we say a hybrid course, if we have a definition for that, that's important to know. Well, it has ramifications for both. Right, because if it's reported as a hybrid, mostly online, okay, we have a good feeling about that. But part of it means it meets face-to-face. All right, so that's just a report. But if that face-to-face meeting happens to be a group setting at an off-campus location, then it jumps over into the permissions realm.
Yeah, you can have a distance education course that also qualifies as an off-campus or extension course. But I think that's true with all of the subchapters of the coordinating board. There are common themes and concepts that run in more than one chapter. So this one, obviously, there would be instances where it is referenced from another chapter.
Yeah. Maybe some references, or whatever definitions we settle on, they need to define not only what it is, but what it isn't. For example, an online course, if we've said already that an online course is it's going to be like over 85% most of the time online, and people tend to agree that you can have some face-to-face meetings. Well, those face-to-face meetings, we need to define in there where those are allowed to happen. Because if it's a face-to-face group meeting at an off-campus location, that kicks in all kinds of other things, and if we would define that definition in such
But if it's a face-to-face meeting that occurs on outside the service area, it's not going to be more than 50% of the time. I mean, if you're talking 15% of the instruction, and some of that goes off-campus, Vanessa, that wouldn't fall into the approval for an off-campus course.
I don't believe so, no.
Approval for an off-campus course is where more than 50% of the instruction occurs off-campus.
Well, I think what Randy's saying is, what happens if we have a course that is basically categorized as an online course, but there are some face-to-face meetings attached to it, and those face-to-face meetings do not take place at the home campus, but they take place at an off-campus location. Would it then be categorized as both off-campus, face-to-face, and online? And if so, would there need to be notification to institutions within a 50-mile radius of where those off-campus face-to-face meetings are taking place? I got it right, right, Randy?
I believe those are the correct questions.
My response would be that I think that the easiest thing to do and the safest thing to do is that we define the modality of a course according to which category the majority of its classes fit into. So if we had, say, an online class where 85% of the coursework took place online to individuals, but there was 15% that took place face-to-face at a location off the main campus, I would be inclined to suggest that that be considered an online to individuals course, because the substantial portion of it is being delivered online and not off-campus face-to-face. I think we have precedence for doing that because we do have courses that have practicums associated with them or have field work associated with them that traditionally have not been considered to be off-campus courses. The majority of the instruction is taking place on campus. There is field work that is off-campus, but the majority of the instruction takes place on campus. Therefore, we haven't considered those to be off-campus courses. And we've got several, across the state, we have several examples of something like that.
I think if we're real clear in our definitions and define what it is and what it isn't in each definition, that we can address all of that, get the permissions and the reporting solution handled clearly one time, if we include those in the definitions. I think one issue that I see is we'll define it, but we say maybe what it is, but we don't say everything that it isn't. So when there's some permissions requirement, then there's the question of...
Rob, since you've been leading the definitions group, you want to respond to that?
Yes, the search for clarity. It's the elusive search for clarity in these definitions.
Search for
You're close.
life.
You're real close.
Yeah. I think that, your point's well taken. I think that the response that Vanessa gave is the rational one. Let's find the major delivery modality, but make sure that those are encapsulated in these definitions. Should I delve in and talk about the definitions? Okay, folks.
May I just add something?
No.
I said, I'll add it anyway. Randy mentioned two reasons for having to have definition. I think that we have a third reason, and that's a student. Because if the student is not clear what a hybrid course or an online course is, how we can expect to make the right decision to enroll in that or the other.
Yes.
In the end, reporting is secondary to what the student does.
And that's a good point, and that was brought up in the definitions conversation a couple of times. We want to be clear, not only for the two reasons that Randy mentioned, but also from the marketing standpoint. You don't want to say that a program is completely online when, in fact, two courses are actually hybrid. That's not a good way to treat your students. All right, I want to take a few minutes, and I want you all to feel our pain, those of us who participated in the definitions process to date. It has not been easy. The definitions we all recognize that are currently in the rules are not workable. They don't lend themselves to today's reality in terms of reporting, and therefore they need to get changed. But changed from that to what is a very interesting proposition. We have been around, we have thrashed this thing up one side and down the other, and we still haven't come to a consensus. And so,
Rob, let me interrupt. First of all, those those definitions in this chapter that are mentioned in several other subchapters, we could not review. I mean, so, for example, board, Texas Higher Education Commissioner, et cetera. So there were only a series of definitions that were specific to this chapter that Rob looked at.
That's right.
Just wanted to give that background.
And note that in the course of this, of Kevin's work and Vicky's work, the recognition that there are going to be two new pieces of previously one chapter allowed us to parse out several definitions and simply punt them away. So our work got a little bit easier because we punted and they caught.
I don't know
But
that
the
you
ones that are
guys-
left are still problematic. And I want you to take a look at the sheet that you have that says DEAC Subcommittee on Definitions. I'm sure I changed that date up at the top. This is essentially the last place that our committee came to. Again, I want to stress that these are still not cast in stone. But I want you to think about this. We're really only looking at 6 different definitions, with the majority of our discussions being focused on distance education course, a DE program or certificate program, hybrid course, which is a new definition for this subchapter, and extensions. Now, we didn't have much to say about first professional degree. I think that's currently still an accurate and workable definition, and clearly it exists elsewhere, because not all first professional degrees are given online or at distance education, so we don't really need to mess with that. Area institution, again, is a very specific generic, doesn't need to be specific generic, if you can do that. Doesn't need to be changed much in this definition. But 9, 10, 11, and 12, I'd like to invite some well-considered conversation about this. Those of you who have participated in the conversation to date about the definitions, I'd like you to jump in where I go astray. Again, many things have been considered, and so far, we think we're partway down the path to coming to a workable definition. But we always bump up against realities. What about this? What about that? Does this cover this? Does this cover that? The major driver going into this was the recognition that the current definitions have nothing for hybrid. We weren't counting them. We have no way of collecting that. We have no status on how many hybrid courses are being taught in the state of Texas right now. That was a big driver toward this. We need to be able to capture that. But being able to capture that means we have to define it. And everybody knows what it is. It's like obscenity. You know what it is when you see it, but you can't tell what somebody else what it is, right? So it is. It's awful hard to put this down on paper. But
And
let's start.
let me remind you real fast of what the current definition of a distance education course is and a distance education program. The current definition of a distance education course is a course in which over 50% is delivered via some sort of distance methodology. And the current definition of a distance education program is that which over 50% of the courses are delivered via a distance modality.
Right.
So our current kicker is basically 50.1%.
That's in line with exactly what SAC says, too.
Which is in line with SACS, but if memory serves me correctly, is not in line with Sloan C.
All right.
Or many other places.
Sloan is, again, percentage-based, but they have more gradations. They have 4 different gradations in that.
SAC says 50 and the coordinating board says more than 50, so
Right.
close enough.
It's close, yeah. We were trying to capture all of that. We were trying to, and what you'll see is some definitions that, on first glance, seem a little squishy, but the recognition, every time we threw something on the table, somebody came and said, well, what about this? And so we were weaseling around this. I need y'all's feedback on this, and there are several points of view that one can bring to this. The first being, is this workable from your institution? If you put on your institutional research cap, would this be an actionable definition that would allow your institution to capture and report this data? The second being, as Randy said, what about reporting requirements out through the HERC, et cetera, et cetera? And the third is, can, for lack of a better term, is there an elevator pitch for this? Can we take these definitions and turn them into something that is almost intuitive for folks in the field?
And fourth, as Gabriella pointed out, will be clear enough to potential students who are taking this course.
Yes.
If they are put in our publications for them to be able to understand what it is they're getting themselves.
That's right.
I want to mention about reporting. You just assume that the institutional researchers are reporting this. But a lot of times, the institutional researchers are not directly involved in the reporting. It may be the computer programmer or the vendor,
right, that's
which
true.
makes this even more difficult. So the need of for clarity is even
Yeah,
greater.
absolutely. Absolutely.
We're hitting this from a little bit different perspective, and I'm sorry because I don't know how many others of you have a ridiculous rule, or maybe not ridiculous, depending on where you think of it, of the 50% teaching online rule, to where your faculty can teach no more than 50% of their load fully online, which hits us pretty hard. We're going to be revisiting that shortly, but we have to almost go to about 4 different categories of this, kind of like you were saying other ones go to where if it's fully online, that means 100% online. There's no face-to-face.
Right.
Online goes from somewhere like 51% to 99%. Then the hybrid goes from 25 to 50, but that's done for the full-time, for the 50% load, and you have to be able to determine from that, and then the web-assisted from like 5 to 24, something along those lines.
Right.
But that's simply because we have to have that load aspect met.
Regular load you're talking about,
Yeah.
not overloads.
Yeah, regular load.
Right. Right.
Rob, I think one other recommendation you were making that's not on here was the elimination of the definition for correspondence course. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Rob,
We still have some?
the number 10, the distance education degree or certificate program, and speaking of too squishy, the most or all, I think, is a little bit too squishy because it's really hard to quantify that and go what is, what isn't a program.
Agreed.
And could we align it with what SACS requests with a substantive change?
For a program,
Yeah.
that would be 50%.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this Sloan C matrix? You all obviously discussed that and sort of moved away from it. Can you give a clue as to where you went with that?
Well, what's interesting, I think, in the conversations, and we may have come back around, I mean, the difficulty, I think, lies in the percentage aspect of this. It is, when you get these cut lines, standing 2 courses up and saying that one is above the line and that one's below the line is completely subjective. On the other hand, what we've come up with is completely subjective, so.
It's objectively subjective.
Well, but I think that, I mean, in the conversations that we had, I mean, we talked about the difficulty of our IR units to make those kinds of meaningful comparisons, because very few of us have the infrastructure that would allow all of these courses to be vetted and have an instructional designer say it's A, B, or C in that continuum. Despite its faults, we can all probably agree that where that cut point is at 50% or more. And again, it's imprecise, but I think it's probably all we could manage to actually operationalize on our campuses.
And we put it into percentages, but the reality is that it was considered a distance course if everything was online or at a distance except for your basic administrative operations, so an exam, an orientation, something like that. Once you added instructional components of any nature face-to-face, and it's above the 50% mark, which again is kind of arbitrary, then it became a hybrid course.
But 50% was an easier percentage to determine than what some of the Sloan definitions included, which was
26 to 49.
Yeah, which
We were trying to avoid getting
like Marshall
into an
said, how are you
accounting
going to figure out
situation.
what 26% really is to make that determination and cut over from one definition to another? That was really, really difficult. 50% seemed to be easier based on the fact that if you know a class meets half the time face-to-face and a class meets half the time online, that's a pretty good indication that at least it's close to 50-50. That's one of the other reasons why we went to that.
Steve, if I remember correctly, it was the difficulty, I mean, when you say it's online, if it's over 50%, and otherwise it's not, but we have to define the hybrid that has no place into this 50-50.
Either or, right.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So that's why we had to go to 85% so we can fit the hybrid somewhere.
Well, that's right. I was referring to the hybrid, not the
Right,
distance ed.
right.
Right.
And another thing we get confused with is calling courses online, and sometimes online equates in some people's minds to distance education, which is not the case.
And I think that I have to ask this question. It's maybe a stupid question, but you refer from your institution's point of view of not knowing how much of the course goes on face-to-face, or how is, as a student, I sign up for your course. I start the course and nobody has a clue how much time I meet face-to-face. Nobody can tell me.
Well, that's
I
why,
mean, I think at one point somebody needs to decide before that course is set up, right?
That's why we publish in our, I don't mean to be an example of what's right or wrong, but that's why we publish in our class schedules exactly what hybrid means to us.
Right.
But
That's why we publish exactly what distance learning courses mean to us, too.
But in the same time, that needs to translate in your system, that is Datatel or other system, what that means in terms, I mean, if you code that course somehow, you can code it as 50% or 80% or whatever, and the reporting people just look for the courses that have this percent or higher, boom, it's reported.
Well, Gabrielle, that's precisely what we do.
So I don't understand this difficulty of deciding, yes, it's work to decide how percentage, but once you decide it as an institution, going in the system and reporting shouldn't be so difficult.
Well, it's not really. What our main problem is speaking with marshals, we've had to go through this process because hybrid to Lone Star College meant 1% to 99% online. And so the student didn't know if it was going to be 99% face-to-face or 99% online, and we had to go that route big time because students had no idea what they were signing up for.
And it was reported as distance learning.
And
I'm guessing, but it probably was.
Probably.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that can happen for us from a state perspective by defining hybrid for a change is that we can begin to collect statewide data on that, and there can be at least some uniformity so that when folks do reporting, it's clear what's a hybrid, what's a distance ed course. Right now, it's not always clear. I mean, there is no way of knowing right now, and we know if we look at national data that we see as much or more growth in hybrid as we see in fully online courses. It would be useful for us to be able to track that from a state perspective. It would also be useful for us to be able to start looking from a state perspective on what the success is in hybrid versus online. We have national data that indicates that hybrid education is more successful for some student groups than fully online education. We have no way right now of being able to make any determinations about that on the state level. So
one of the reasons that we crafted this hybrid definition as it stands right now was we want to count those planned hybrids, not the sort of free rangers, the faculty member who starts the course and goes, you know what, for the next month, we're just going to take this stuff on. I mean, it needed to be thoughtful, planned execution of instructional activities. That's why it says, for the purposes of replacing classroom with some planned instructional activity.
You know, you just said something, I think it's the answer to the question I've been having. Aren't we saying online and hybrid, online plus hybrid equals distance ed? In other words, those are the two categories of distance education. Where I'm stumbling is this item number 9, a distance education course. Shouldn't that be online course and then hybrid courses? All of those are considered distance ed because they're above 50%. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What about the TV
But
courses?
there's other modalities
I got
that
you
are
right. But in the context of this small conversation,
yes.
If you just say distance ed here, then the implication is a hybrid is not a distance ed course, right?
So what you're
Or-
suggesting, Mike, is that it be online course and then hybrid course.
That's what I'm throwing out.
What Michael's saying, I agree 100%. If we would just call things what they are and forget us trying to define distance education, let's just go with SACS. It's already defined. And in Texas, call things what they are. It communicates clearly to the students, and everything falls into place. Call it, if it's fully online, call it an online. If it's not fully online, call it a hybrid with some campus-based required meetings, or a hybrid with some off-campus-based or off-campus required meetings. ITV course is distance education with some campus-based meetings, or distance education, not distance education, ITV with some campus-based, ITV with some off-campus required meetings. It still all fits in SACS, and they can call it distance ed or whatever they want to call it. I think in Texas we ought to get away from, really, it's not important to the student, and it's not important to us so much on these reports as what is distance education. It's too big. I think the legislator is trying to make, if they ask that question, that question alone, in my mind, is not specific enough to make any decision on any action.
Well, let me raise something else that you're bringing up, Randy. One of the issues that we need to make a determination about today, Kevin pointed out, and that's the idea of dividing this subchapter into 2 subchapters. One of the other issues, and I think we can make a recommendation about that before things are said and done today. One of the other issues, though, that I need y'all to make a recommendation about is more of a philosophical issue, and you've gotten around to it, Randy. Traditionally, our rules have been fairly ambiguous in general. I'm not going to use the word ambiguous. Traditionally, our rules have been very general and broad, okay? And then have left the specificity to the policy and procedures documents. And I think you guys know what I'm talking about. So the question becomes, are you comfortable with that? If you're comfortable with that, then maybe we can take a more broad perspective with definitions. If you're not comfortable with that, then we're going to need to sort of look at being much more specific in our rules and not having to say, and therefore not having to say as much in our policy and procedures documents. There's pros and cons to both of those.
Well, let me ask a clarifying question. I think we all know the answer to this, but which are easier to change, rules or policies and procedures?
Policies and procedures are easier to change.
Okay. Then I would say certainly in this area, which is subject to change, the reason we're tackling this is because the technology and everything has changed. My personal opinion would be that we want to continue to make broad rules and specific policies, simply because if in 5 years, when some new technology has come onto the market and we need to now capture that in the definitions because we're all using it, if we have to go through this process again, we're in trouble.
Yeah, but I'll be gone within 5 years, and so will you.
Oh.
That's right, I'll be dead real quick.
I would have to agree. I mean, and getting back to the operational level, when we become overly prescriptive here, we put new challenges in front of our IR folks that I don't think we want to do. I mean, I like having sort of the wide berth to operate, to run units back on the campus, and if we're overly prescriptive, we can make it more of a challenge. And I don't know that at the end of the day, we still don't capture the intent. And I think that what we're talking about here with the broad statement is going to capture the intent.
And if you're not careful, you get an underground going.
That's right.
Because it's not really IR that does this. This happens at the departmental level, and I guarantee you the department chairs will give us about a nanosecond in terms of decision making. I'll put it in a system. So broad is good. Real broad is good.
I like the idea of broad as well. It makes it easier. We can't really use it very much because of the way we have to operate with full faculty load. But I'd love for you to have a way to be able to compare apples to apples when you're comparing hybrid courses across the state and their effectiveness versus fully online. And does a very broad guideline give us those apples to apples comparisons?
But how you compare apple to apples if it's so broad that one school can define hybrid this way in the same type of course, identical actually, is defined by other school as online. So that's and you put this together, that's not accurate reporting. If the definitions are not very clear, the reporting is not done right.
Maybe the bigger question should be which is the most error-free. I mean, if you're too
The broad definitions
prescriptive,
are usually full
well,
of
if you're
errors.
too prescriptive, I guarantee you they're going to be full of errors because people are going to misreport it.
They will misreport anyway.
Stepping back just a second from the definitions to the data itself, it's probably a completely untenable solution, but that won't stop me from throwing it out there. What we're really looking at is getting to the percentage of modality of a course, and it may be multiple percentages. And I know a challenge that we face is whether it's for SACS or for coordinating board or, oh great, EDUCAUSE wants us to fill out a survey, U.S. News and World Report wants us to fill it, and they all have different definitions. So what would be most useful if we were collecting it in this way was to have the percentage for different courses, and then we want to query based on the particular definition we're trying to fit, whether it is for workload or whether it is for students needing to know how much they're going to be on campus or some site-based activity, or whether it's something completely ad hoc for a survey for national media. And I don't know if any of us could get there, but I think that's really, then you can define it however you want, and everybody can be compliant if you have that level of specific data.
That's what I think, but
Well, it also comes into our fees kick in with distance ed. And if there's too many variations, it becomes difficult. Many times faculty think they're doing your students a favor by getting right on the borderline or and not calling it so they don't get it coded correctly. They don't let us sectionize it, which gives a section that will feed to you as distance ed. So the 50% is kind of easy if everything above 50 is going to be distance ed.
I think the difficulty here is with the hybrid.
It's the hybrids.
Yeah.
That's what the problem is. And if you want, as Vanessa said, to look at the performance of students in this hybrid course versus online, we better define it very well, because otherwise it will be mixed and the data will look funny. It will look like something you cannot reach a conclusion.
Would it be possible, and Rob, you can remind us if the committee's had this conversation, because I think maybe they have. Would it be possible to tweak the definition of distance education course so that it stays at sort of the over 50%, but then define specifically that there are two subspecialties or subtypes that we're particularly interested in data being reported? I mean, we're still going to have ITV, is still going to be there on the CBM. Doesn't need to be in rules. I mean, that's pretty, I think that's pretty clear. Still going to have off-campus face-to-face. That one's pretty clear. But it sounds like what we're most concerned about here is what's a distance ed course? Do we still keep that over 50%? If we do, then that means hybrid counts, and it probably should. But then what's an online course? And so, and I can't remember if, I think y'all have had this conversation, Rob, within the committee of...
Depending on how the definitions get crafted, they become mutually exclusive and, again, non-operable in terms of, okay, show me a hybrid course. And again, these were attempts to try to slice through that. You know, what I hear is let's make these as workable as possible in terms of the reporting of this. I'm completely open. I've been I started this process because I had a dog in the hunt. That dog has been beaten to death. So I'm now completely oriented toward a successful conclusion of this activity. And my dog in the hunt was the difficulty that the percentages present in terms of standing two courses up and one falls on this side of the line, one falls on that, and they are essentially the same course. I'm convinced that moving away from percentage-based definitions is simply not workable from the standpoint of reporting, and so I'm perfectly happy to come back to that. But I don't know how to re-engage. I don't know how to start back and say what is a functioning definition. And in interest of time, I want to keep this conversation going for about 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to say that I'm going to convene another audio conference of the group and all other parties, and we will flesh this out once again.
Hint.
Okay? So,
Yeah,
give
anyone
me
who had
your
a
grand
comment during the
thoughts
session.
on this, and then we'll move on for today, and we'll pick this up, because this underpins everything else we're going to do, right? So this is a very important topic.
I like the idea of saying, I think what Randy may have said, a distance education course, maybe the last sentence, could be a fully online course, a hybrid, and maybe give examples.
Right.
At my institution, our board of trustees has actually adopted an official definition, and it's based on the coordinating board's definition and SAC's definition.
Is it a definition of distance ed or online?
It's a definition of distance ed, and it defines what a distance education course is, that it has to go through my office, all of these things. So such a drastic change is actually going to require change in policies at institutions.
Absolutely.
Unless we, are different. And I really don't like the idea of knowing one thing for the coordinating board and then having to know a separate set of rules for SACs. It just...
Well, the kicker in all, I hear you loudly, the kicker in all this is the introduction of hybrid into the coordinating board rules. Some campuses have a definition that's working for them, some don't have any. Some are very much adhering to, well, this is how the coordinating board wants to report, so this is how we're going to do it on campus.
Well, that's why I like the idea of distance education being more than 50%, but then saying a hybrid course could be, 20% to 80% or something. So, you might have some hybrid that weren't, but you did some that would, so it doesn't restrict it.
Rosalind?
Well, first of all, I'm going to need a little bit of time to process the comments today, and generally am opposed to large group wordsmithing on these kinds of things. But one of the comments and one of the things that we had significant discussion about on our conversations, as you might remember, had to do with this planned purpose of whatever it says, replacing classroom instruction. And that seemed to me in our conversations to be one of the key points that we talked about with regard to hybrid courses. So I don't want us to really lose that and for that to get all conflated with some of the other kinds of reasons that people might put courses fully online or whatnot. So I just wanted to throw that out. And the second point goes to something that Gabriela said and that Matt said earlier. He said the department chair is going to spend a nanosecond on this kind of thing, but even before it gets to the department chair's nanosecond, often there's going to be an administrative assistant who isn't really familiar with all of the ins and outs of all of this, who is going to just put a piece of paper in front of the department chair, who's going to frequently just sign off on it. And so it's not just a question of educating administrators, educating department chairs, educating faculty. It's all of the administrative support staff. And I don't know how it is at your institution. We have a lot of turnover. And I don't care if you have 3 training sessions a semester, you're going to miss people and you're going to get these problems with that. And best thought out things, that it doesn't always come to pass. So I'm one of those people that favors broad definitions in the rules, and I mean broad in the rules and go more specific in the policy. So for what it's worth.
Right, can I make one more comment?
Please do. Sorry, I'm making notes for myself.
No, that's fine. It seems to me that this word distance, I think it would help us if we just focus on that as a fact. We're trying to redefine the word distance and come up with all these different agreements and everything. In my mind, it's clear distance education is when the instructor and the student are in different locations. That's distance education. If it either is or it isn't. And so you're either distant, or maybe for the course you're mostly distant, if it's over half, which fits SACs, or you're mostly face-to-face with some distance. You're mostly distance with some off-campus meetings or something. So maybe if we accepted the word distance for what it is and don't try to redefine distance, but if there's some variation of distant, like mostly distant or some distance, say that. Call it what it is It communicates clearly to the administrative assistant and to the student, and a mostly distant course would still fit Sachs and Sloan and everybody else. And when the legislator asks, well, what distance courses do we have? We can say, well, we have these that are distance courses. We also have these others that are mostly distant. They can understand that.
Well, I have to say I appreciate what you're saying, Randy. I have to say from the perspective of somebody that has to respond to media inquiries and legislative inquiries, oftentimes they're not so much concerned about what percentage, they're concerned about modality. They want to know what courses are being offered online and what courses are being offered hybrid. And right now, there's no way of being able to respond with an answer that is remotely accurate because we don't collect that data. I mean, I can tell them, well, we have this number of semester credit hours that was delivered electronically to individuals, where over 50% of the coursework was done electronically to individuals. But is that an online course? No, not really. That it could be, but it also could just very well be a hybrid course. So that's part of the issue too, that from our perspective that we're trying to get a handle on, is so that when we get inquiries, it's most likely not how much distance ed are you offering, it's how much online are you offering. They want to know how many online. I can't even begin to tell you how many media inquiries I've gotten we've gotten here over the last 6 to 9 months. And it's not distance ed. They want specifically, they're writing stories about online education because that's the hot topic. And there's no way to really accurately respond to those requests with the information that we currently gather. It worked at one point, but it's not working anymore.
Well, just change the word distance to online, and you can answer that. You can say it's a fully online course or a mostly online course with some face-to-face meetings. I mean, we can get it as detailed as we want. And I agree, that's what people want to know about is what is online, but we can't even answer that accurately, not even at my own institution. I'm more a purist and hardline. If it's online, it's online. If there's one face-to-face meeting required, that's not an online course. That's a mostly online course with a face-to-face meeting required.
That's what they call hybrid. And that's what we're trying to capture.
Well, I would do away with the word hybrid. If Sloan or other people want to use that word hybrid, we can tell them what fits in there. Mostly online courses, yes, that fits hybrid. But, I mean, I think we have to be more specific. If you talk to a student and say the word hybrid, they have no idea what that means. And so I think we only ought to use the word hybrid when we're filling out reports for EDUCAUSE or whoever thinks they like to use that word, but it does us no good.
Well, I want to get back to what, Roz, we use it very strategically to free up seats. Right. We've got a real space deficit in many of our colleges, and I don't think that we should overlook this plan purpose statement. We have a lot of courses that are fully online or 90% online. We all know they're online, and they're going to come in and maybe test, or they'll come in for an orientation. But there are a number of courses, a significant number of courses that we schedule as hybrids that are a little over half online for the purpose of freeing up seats. And I suspect that as we move forward with resource issues and growing space deficits and increasing demand to accommodate students, and I suspect this is true at your shop, Steve, your students know what a hybrid course is because you've waged an education campaign over the last 2 years, as have we. And so when students register for a hybrid, not only do they know what they're getting into, they are looking forward to it because they've only got to make that commute once a week. So I think a lot of this it depends a lot upon the extent to which you have used this delivery strategy on the campus. To defend Rob again, I think that if people really reflect on what has been done here, from an institutional perspective, these could be operationalized in a pretty meaningful way. And then when you get the question, what's online, we're going to capture it. What are we doing as a hybrid? We'll be able to capture it. These rules don't exist today. And so it's very much the wild, wild west when it comes to reporting, and people are just finding a category that appears to make sense and they're dumping data into it.
And as much as possible, I'd also like to avoid getting questions from folks saying, well, we're showing so-and-so number of hours, and institution X is showing a different number of hours. Which one of us is really delivering more courses online? And most of the time, I can't answer that question. I don't really want to either. And if we had a little bit more clear reporting structure, we wouldn't have those questions arise.
All right. I'm not sure we get anything, but that felt good, didn't it?
You have plenty of feedback to work with now.
Let me ask one more question.
Yes, sir.
One more, just a question. As we move forward and further cement what we're going to end up with, do we really have the liberty to change anything or to ask institutions for any other piece of data than they're currently giving to us?
Yes.
Gabriella has brought out the point very accurately that, you know, if we throw something else in there, like if we come up with some of these categories like mostly distance with something, that's going to be work and money for somebody. Are we at liberty to make those changes, or must
We are at
things-
liberty to make those recommendations, Randy. Here's what sort of happens. It is the purview of this committee to certainly make recommendations regarding definitions in the rules. There is the definitions that exist in the rules, as you guys that have ever worked with the CBM-04s know, are different than what is on the CBM-04. So it certainly is within the purview of this committee to make recommendations about definitions in the rules. What this committee would then need to do is make some recommendations about what the reporting categories should be on the CBM-04s. That recommendation would go to the data collection committee that we have internally. That's an internal committee, and it's largely the folks in planning and accountability. And then it's that committee that makes changes to the CBM-04 and the other CBM reports. I think certainly one of our goals is to better align, regardless of what we do with definitions here, to better align what we have and what is currently being used in the CBM-04s and the other CBM reports, because there is a disconnect between those. But any changes or recommendations that you make about definitions are not automatically going to be populated over into the CBMs. There's a different decision process for that. That's largely an internal process. And that'll take some time as well. I think that regardless of what you do, and correct me if I'm wrong, Gabrielle, but I'm under the impression that that committee would really love to have some feedback on what all of those categories should look like eventually.
The way it works is you do this, you make this decision in definitions, rules, whatever. Our department will start looking at the rules, try to align it with the CBM-4, and then don't forget CBM-6. That may be the next funding base. I mean, the funding will be based on 6. And we'll try to align it. And we'll look at the rules, we'll look at the definitions, we'll look at what is in the report right now and make those changes. And then it will go to the research committee, and of course in all this process we'll work with Vanessa in that area. So once it goes to the research committee, if that's okay, what we did with the last report that we changed, which is it changed this semester, we sent it out to the institutions and said, look, what do you think? Is this clear enough? So we got the feedback, and based on the feedback from the institutions, we made changes that fit everybody. What I can tell you, we changed the whole CBM2, which is the developmental ed report, and we changed it from scratch. And everybody agreed, because they weren't satisfied with the old report, how their data looked like. And they said, oh, this is not us. Well, that's how you report it. So institutions are willing to make changes if it's more accurate and it reflects better what they really do. But our approach is to work with the institutions very closely, and researchers and professionals, probably the distance learning coordinators or deans, so everybody is satisfied. And the moment everybody is satisfied, say yes, that's it, then it will go.
Oh, hell won't freeze it.
No, we did in less than a year. But
I'm going to then table this discussion, look for a notification of a probably audio conference call. Everyone is invited. At some point, it will become difficult to accommodate everyone, but if you are excited about definitions, I want you there, because this is important work. From that, then we would bring it back here, and I hope that it will be more fully fleshed out. It has been a surprisingly difficult task, and we're not there yet, but we're going to get there.
A question for Kevin. And looking through the comments that you got and other things here, do you have the feeling that people sort of get confused between taxing district and service area? Because that's my feeling.
Well,
because it says taxing district, but people think service area because community colleges sort of operate in the service area.
I'm going to have to look, but there was some guideline somewhere, and it may have been what was emailed out, but it was very specific that institutions had to report anything outside their service area, even but inside their taxing district, because we had several institutions who had the opposite.
It is outside their taxing district, but inside their service area.
Yes.
Because especially with the comments, I had that feeling that there are two different things that people are thinking. So,
well, we're just wondering why anyone has to report anything that's inside their taxing area.
Inside their service
area.
See how confusing?
I can imagine how complicated it is for universities that don't have to deal with any of that until we show up at a regional council meeting.
But it's for community colleges, and there are some that have a bigger service area than the taxes district.
Yes,
so.
and that's why North Central Texas College had a 37-page document, because they had so many that were in their service area but outside their taxing district.
Yeah, they have 3 campuses, and the taxing district is in the county with the smallest campus. So,
but if it's in their service area, why do they need to report it? And some of these say you don't have to or don't call for it. So I think there also is a big question with universities and clinicals that Vicki tried to clear up in our regional council. Universities, for the most part, have not thought they even were supposed to submit a report. And I know several attended our sessions for the last few years just as they thought observers. And we've tried to educate them if there's any course offered off their main campus, it's lower division, it needs to be included. And but clinicals was another subject that came up that they hadn't really ever considered. And so I don't know if any of you have programs that have clinicals that actually start in your freshman or sophomore year, but the purpose of identifying those on the regional council report is to ensure that clinical sites are shared among all institutions, and everyone has access to what they need to fulfill the requirements of their degree. So if a university is using a hospital for a freshman or sophomore level clinical site, and the community colleges too, that's one of the reasons for the regional council notification, so you can work with that. So I think there's been a lot of confusion about even what was required. The regional council used to be a place where people published a lot of distance education stuff. And Kevin clarified 2 years ago, no, that's not necessary. And so we think this template that Vicki has created goes a long way in helping with that, but there's still a lot of of confusion and questions to go.
And you hope to clarify that.
Yes, yes.
Let me suggest that, because I'm being very mindful of the time here, let me suggest that this might be a good time for us to break into two working groups. One group is going to be dealing, how do you want to divide this, Kevin?
My thought was we would, well, first of all, I think I'd like to get a consensus on splitting the subchapters, because if that's not a direction the group wants to go, then having those two subcommittees or two work groups might not be appropriate.
So what we have, yes, Stephen?
We need a motion to do that, or is that just part of a discussion?
No, we will need a motion. So what we have right now is a recommendation that we divide the existing subchapter roughly into two. One that would deal with what we tend to think of as distance ed, the online, the hybrid, the ITV, et cetera, and then one that would deal with off-campus, face-to-face, study abroad, and continuing education. That's the way that you've divided them, correct?
Off-campus and extension.
Off-campus and extension. Okay.
And how popular is extension?
It does still exist, and for some institutions, there's quite a bit of it that exists.
And when you're defining that, you mean academic credit courses that are offered for not for funding?
Correct.
Yes.
And what would be an example of who is doing that, or why?
UT Austin does a lot of it out of their School of Engineering.
Out-of-state courses.
And why do you do it for no funding?
Because you can charge a rate that will cover your course, and it doesn't come in through the formula funding stream. It goes right to the department.
Okay, so you're charging tuition and fees, but
You're charging a fee. It's not appropriately called tuition.
CE, fee in lieu of tuition.
The way the rules read is that you can charge nothing less than what would cover delivery.
Okay. Well, that's another example of where the rules maybe are too vague, because I don't deal with that, and so and I've asked several people and not gotten a clear answer until today.
How's that reported?
That highlights the issue of underreported distance ed, because you've got folks delivering distance ed in that manner. It doesn't
Yeah,
get
extension
reported.
is frequently delivered
State
online.
and that. So you got a ton of that going on, and nobody sees it. It doesn't show up anywhere.
But we can
Right.
only,
Or it
I
can be
can only
reported.
chop off so many of the Hydra's heads at once.
Vanessa
And the problem is that the Hydra heads tend to come back threefold.
Or Mike, it can be reported twice,
That's right. It couldn't.
which is just as bad.
So
How could it be reported twice?
Once is an extended, once is a distance ed program, and once is a extended learning program.
But I
There
thought
shouldn't be
Mike
that
was saying you
confusion,
couldn't,
but it's there.
you couldn't
Couldn't
submit it
report it
as a
for funding.
distance education course.
Maybe
It's either submitted for funding or not.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot about the funding issue. You're right. You're right.
The gist of the story is we think there are so many complicated issues that if we split it in half, at least we can narrow our focus on those issues pertaining to that subject.
Rob, I think we have a,
Do we have a motion?
I'd make a motion that we split it in half.
and I think Rosalind's been trying to get your attention, too.
I'm sorry,
Is that a
Rosalind.
question?
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Now we've got an active motion. Rosalind?
My question is, by splitting this into what you're calling subchapter E and subchapter F, would subchapter F or whatever still fall under the purview of this committee?
That was my question to Vanessa, because I thought it wouldn't, and she said it would.
Yes, I believe that it could still fall within under the purview of this committee.
Could or would?
Is there another committee, Vanessa?
There is not
where it
another
would be-
committee that looks at those things. So for the time being, it would.
Just from an institutional perspective, it'd be nice if one committee looked at all of that.
There would be no reason why it would not continue to fall under the purview of this committee. Now, the reality is that this committee tends to not deal with these issues very much because it's had sort of bigger fish to fry, or at least fish that...
Didn't smell as bad.
No, actually, I was going to say fish that smelled worse and therefore needed to be attended to more. But yeah, this committee would still continue to deal with both subchapters if it was split. splitting it's not going to mean that we create another advisory committee. In fact, I think it's pretty good likelihood that another advisory committee would not be created.
Then if I could just ask a quick follow-up question, Kevin, did you all talk, or did you think about what might, I know it's hard to anticipate unintended consequences, but did you have any discussion about what would be the consequences from a practical or an implementation point of view? I mean, anything that might mitigate against?
We did talk about that, and we, because the rules are, for most of us, a reference point for us to go back and check things, we didn't see any consequences of having it in 2 subchapters. Vanessa had suggested another way might be just the use of headers to clarify things. But I believe strongly, as does Ron, and Ron was one of the 2 or 3 working with me, that if we want to start clarifying things, we need to split it out so people can really understand. And other than going through this process and splitting the notification and approval procedures and going through the board, I mean, those were the obstacles we saw in front of us. We didn't see other obstacles because of the split. And Ron?
No, I agree with you.
Randy?
I'd just like to throw in one caveat. It was mentioned when you were defining what the split was going to be. ITV, or electronic to groups, was mentioned in the distance ed category, which it is distance ed. But the real punch to that is really more of an off-campus face-to-face issue. In fact, my HERC that I'm in recommended officially last year through their little report that off-campus face-to-face be treated, ITV be treated the same as off-campus face-to-face. Because what you're doing is you're getting a group of people together in an area.
When you define ITV, you define it as video conferencing?
Well, electronic to groups. Let's just call it electronic to groups. So if you
community colleges call ITV video-based courses. So that's
but it's interactive, two-way. It's not you get a DVD and place it in and watch it, right?
Let's just call it electronic to groups. So the idea is if you get a group of people together, if my institution gets a group of people meeting across the street from your institution, that's when it becomes important.
And that's a distance education course, and it may or may not be an off-campus.
It is by distance education, but our recommendation was to apply the same rules to that as an off-campus face-to-face course, because that's what is important, is a group of people are meeting in your territory. And so it doesn't matter if it's electronic or what kind of technology or no technology, you got a group of people meeting across the street, and that the rules need to apply based on that. Just because you show up on TV, you shouldn't necessarily get a free ride on that.
Well, let me point out, and again, and this is an attempt to move us forward, or else I'm not letting you get out. I'm going to have the doors locked. I think you're raising a very good point, Randy. I'm not sure that the way that the motion on the table and the way that these subchapters are divided up, we can still come back to that point, because I think we can still come back to that.
Just wanted to get that in there.
No, thank you for doing that. But we do, Chair Robinson, have a motion on the floor,
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
Is there,
And it's been called. So, all in favor of the motion to split this into 2 subchapters, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention?
With that in mind, what we are going to do is I'll unlock the doors long enough for you to have a 5-minute bathroom break, and then you're going to come back.
want to motivate them, don't.
Yeah, right.
That's true. Although I'm going to have Linda and Gabriella and I standing out in the hall to make sure you all come back in. However, I'll tell you what I tell my students. Wait until I'm done giving you instructions before you leave the room. When we come back, you're going to split yourselves up into 2 groups. One group is going to be working with the new subchapter
Well, this is
E, which is going to be dealing with distance ed as we think about it. The second group is going to be dealing with the new subchapter F, which is going to be dealing with
off-campus and extension.
off-campus and extension, and that would also include study abroad. So
Those are going to be led by?
Distance ed will be led by Patrick. Off-campus will be led by Vicky. And the purpose of those groups will be to look at the purpose of the subchapter, which is the board's goals are to ensure quality and access, and then the technical and managerial infrastructures to support those. And so looking, at the basics, what are the critical features to achieve the board's goals and the rules dealing with those topics. It may be that those activities that we've been doing or we've been required to do are not what is critical to achieve that mission and goal. So this will be a general discussion, probably beginning with actually what is required in that area, and then a discussion of should it be required, are there other things, et cetera.
So one of your groups meet back here, D will meet back here, E will meet back over there. Got about 30, 45 minutes of conversation, and then we'll have a quick synopsis when we get back and figure out how much further we have to go, so when we know the next meeting should be. 5 minutes.
at or before 3:30, so we've got a few things left to do. I'd like to hear like a 3 to 5 minute wrap up from each of the groups. Keith?
I'll go first. Our group, of course, was working on the section having to do with off-campus and extension courses. We really didn't get very far into our document. We did get through the first couple of sections, the general provisions, functions of regional council, and the institutional report process. We basically just determined that there were a couple of things that we did think needed to be revised in these areas, but that in content, they all needed to stay, or in intent, they all need to stay in the document. There's simply some areas of wordsmithing, some definitions that we would like to have clarified and make sure that our working definitions are the same as for the group working on distance education, so that we're all talking the same terminology. We did not get through the standards and criteria or the last section, non-formula funded extension course and program general provisions. What we have done is we are going to meet through a telephone conference at least once, if not twice, so that we can bring our official recommendations back to this group for your next meeting. Most everybody in our particular work group stated that they would like to take this document, this subchapter F, back to their campuses and to especially certain areas of their campus, have them look at it, see if there was anything that they would like to see clarified. And that's it.
Patrick?
All right, we met on revisions to subchapter E. We began by looking at the stated purpose, which included the board's goals and the objective for the rules that were set forth. And we visited about whether or not we can change the rules and the policies and procedures, or both, that agreed that we could. And so we thought we might start looking at redefining those purposes. And Kevin Lemoyne agreed that though it says the board's goals are such, that really it is the work of our group to define and deal with the specifics about what the outcomes should be for this subchapter. And as we define them, that they should lead to quality courses, to providing access to distance education, both of which are stated in the current purposes, but also specifically they should support student success. And as sub-bullet points under that, we agreed that they should include a requirement for institutions to provide good information about modality to students, and also that there should be increased transparency of costs. Both of those, again, supporting student success. Also was a recommendation to look at other things that we might want to make sure we're providing based on SACS, the principle of good practice, and I think in particular the SACS document for requirements for delivering doctoral programs out of country, not because that's what is required, but because that is kind of the perhaps the gold standard of everything that you should be doing in order to effectively deliver distance education. We also then discussed the IRBE, the Institutional Distance Education Plan, and whether or not that requirement should stay in the section, and that was jumping ahead a bit, but we decided that for the 3 institutions that are going to be applying to become standalone institutions, that we would recommend, yes, that they should complete that to ensure, as was stated, one of the provisions of the rules here were designed to accommodate making sure that there was good technical and managerial infrastructure. So we touched on how do you make sure that all institutions who previously completed that are still meeting those principles of good practice. We didn't come to any recommendation on that as such. An important note Ron made was that while we were looking at the rules, we also should reference up front that they are not all there is, that there are policies and procedures that help implement those, so that when folks go and think they have everything there is to know about what to do with approvals of distance education and so on, they're actually directed to the actual policies and procedures, so they know that there's more to it than just the law. Then we went into definitions, and that's kind of where we ended as we approached extension courses and whether or not those should be something that we're concerned about. It is stated currently that even though there is no formula funding for them, that is something covered under the subchapter. We did not come to a consensus whether or not that should continue to be the case or not, or at least our recommendation. So that's something that would be a future discussion of this working group. And then we were, when we kind of were called back to the table, we're looking at two-way video and face-to-face off campus to see where they might fall, if they should fall under distance education because they're not occurring within the same physical place for the instructor and the student, or whether they should be under off-campus. They actually have characteristics of both, and it's kind of, I think, a decision of this body to decide whether there is something fundamentally different about delivering it by two-way video versus face-to-face that requires that you meet different stipulations to offer those. What we thought, and again, this is an area for future discussion, is that we might reference it that in subchapter E, two-way video is a type of distance education, but it also has characteristics of off-campus offerings, and that you should see a certain part of subchapter F that deals particularly with that. The portion in subchapter F would govern both two-way video and face-to-face, and provide a reference back that subchapter E covers most all other things about distance education course, with the exception of two-way video, which is covered herein. We didn't get to the point of planning for a phone call, but I think probably a series of phone calls is in order to accomplish the work that we have remaining on this. Another thought, in addition to having folks go back and take the working document to their institutions to look at and make comment on, perhaps we could put together a wiki where you could actually go in and begin to craft what the revision might look like and comment on other people's proposed revisions to it. That's our work so far.
Kevin, you have thoughts wrapping up this first phase of this activity?
I think making decisions like we made today will spur us on to more work. We were kind of in limbo and in a holding pattern until we met today to get input on that. But I don't think it's going to be easy, and I don't think we solved all the problems. I think we've just begun to tackle the issues and begun to have the discussions. I think the schedule Vanessa laid out is still doable, but hopefully everyone will realize it's going to take the work of the whole group to accomplish this. And if the whole group is involved in the process and what's going on, there shouldn't be any surprises by the time we meet for our next meeting. So hopefully people will stay active and involved.
Good. Thanks. As one of the things that we can, I think, perhaps solidify out of today's activities was the a recommendation about the use of the HERC form. I think we could certainly accomplish that task, and so I would certainly entertain a motion to push the use of the HERC form across all the regional HERCs.
I make a motion that beginning next year, the standard form developed would be used by all institutions.
I'll second that.
Discussion on that?
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Is that standard form set in stone, or is it still, the columns and such, are they still in development?
They're still in development and feedback.
But the idea of a standardized reporting,
yes,
I think is what we're voting.
It's the idea and the concept that's important.
Will it be our, will it be the DEAC's job to, I guess, state when standardization has been reached?
Sanction the form?
Yeah, I think it would be DEAC's responsibility to sanction the form. The regional councils all meet typically in March or around this
February,
time.
March, and April.
So it's going to be several months before institutions would do it again. If it is done electronically in a database, the more notice institutions could have to start entering that information, the better. But we would need to have those discussions, Rob, right away with TSTC to see about any cost, sustainability, et cetera, to make decisions on whether we want them to go forward with programming that. And that's an issue all by itself.
Well, and again, one of the things that we need to be mindful of, I think what TSTC has done has been extraordinary and to be a very, very useful tool. But we do need to be mindful of sustainability issues. I think that, to me, there's sort of two things on the table. It'll be great if we can continue, expand and continue to use what TSTC has piloted. But even if we can't, for whatever reason, the form that Vicki and her committee has worked on will be a very good, useful standardization. So I sort of, although I see them as related, I think that we can, I think we can sort of move on one of those items today, and then the other one is going to need to be in limbo a little bit longer until we can work out some of the sustainability and accessibility issues.
And to be clear, the motion on the table is about the use of a consistent reporting form.
And the form itself could be emailed to each other or could be printed out in hard copy and
The
brought.
distribution is a secondary.
Right.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. One other thing that I think we can clarify that Vanessa asked for a little bit of affirmation on is our earlier discussion about rules versus regs and broad versus narrow. And so she would like to have some backing as she takes this forward into internal discussions of the general sense of the DEAC as to rules being broad and regs being narrow. And so if somebody would like to put that into a motion, that'd be great.
So moved.
Is that enough for you?
Yeah, I mean, I heard sort of a consensus earlier that folks thought that because of the quick changes that take place in this field, that this would be one place where keeping the rules rather broad and then really fleshing things out more and being more specific in the policy and procedures document
And really, it's
was wise.
My sense was it's an artifact of how the ease of changing, and it's harder to change the rules than it is to change the.
But I was asked very specifically to get the consensus in the feel of this committee about that issue, and so I want to make sure that I accurately represent the consensus in the feel of this committee about that issue.
Can we get behind that?
Yes.
All right.
So I heard.
Yes, there was a move.
Motion.
A motion.
A second.
Second. All in favor?
And the motion is?
The motion is that the consensus of the DEAC is that the rules over which we have purview should stay generally broad, and the regulations, policies, procedures are where the detail. Good. Make sense? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Gosh, we made a lot of progress today.
It's good to have those things knocked down.
3 or 4 motions passed.
Sometimes.
Last order of business, unless Vanessa has something else, is let's perhaps explore some times for the next meeting. What would be the next cycle?
Well, I think that this is where I need to get y'all's read. Ideally, what I would like to see us do at the next meeting is finalize and formally vote on both the rules and the policy and procedures document. Now, bearing in mind that the policies and procedures document may end up getting tweaked even more beyond this, because it's going to have to reflect the rules, and bearing in mind, again, what you're doing is making recommendations to staff, who ultimately make recommendations to the commissioner, who ultimately makes recommendations to the board.
Right.
In other words, I'm the littlest fish in the big chain. But I think that what needs to happen next is that we would have one more meeting where you guys would vote on everything and discuss whatever's left. It sounds like that there will still be plenty of discussion left on things like definitions, that there may be plenty of, both groups were looking at rules today. I suspect that there'll be plenty of discussion when we start talking about policies and procedures, particularly things like notification policies and procedures, and whether or not what we do right now works in that nice little 50-mile radius, et cetera, and those are things that we need your input on. So when we meet again largely depends upon when you guys think that you're going to be ready to hash everything out in one long meeting. I need to have something from you guys, I think, no later than the middle of May, end of May, because that then gives us plenty of time to run through everything that has to get run through internally before we can post for September. And I know that seems like an obscenely early deadline for something that's not going to get considered until September, but just trust me when I say that it has to go through a lot of different reviews, both internally and publicly, before we can get to that September point. So, you guys need to give me an idea of when roughly you think you would be able to come back and when you think that you'll be ready to come back to
July?
make these.
How about July?
No. What did I just say?
I think it's critical that we share these discussions with people outside DEAC too.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
that it's out there, so when it does post for public review and discussion, no one's surprised or critical.
I'm just wondering, is it so critical that we go to the fall meeting, or could we go to the spring meeting?
I would prefer that we go to the fall meeting, Mickey. I think that we can do it, and I think that we need to go ahead and get some of these changes in place, because it's going to impact some other things, particularly that policies and procedures document. We want to avoid doing something where we release a policy and procedures document now, only to 3 months later release a second one. And there are some issues that need to be taken care of. Notification is a big one. We need to look at how we're doing that and if we're doing it the right way. And to some extent, that's going to hinge on some of those definitions and other things that are in the rules. So I would strongly urge us to have it ready for the September AER and the October board meeting.
Okay, so if that's the deadline, can we look at the first 2 weeks of May as...
For the last week of April?
First 2 weeks of May?
Or the last week of April? Or the first 2 weeks of May?
What's your sense on that time frame? Because the way that this will work is, coordinating board will send out a link to the scheduler, and we'll try to find some times that fit everybody. So we don't have to pick a date today, we're just picking the time frame.
Early May is fine.
Gabriella suggested perhaps a roundtable discussion at the TXDLA conference, just informal to share.
Great, you know.
No, I was thinking that they said they should share with other people outside DEAC. The conference, it's a good way.
Yeah, no, it'd be great.
I'll be at the conference, so I will. Rob, are you attending the conference?
It's up in the air. Travel's been snipped.
I will check on getting it in the schedule. They haven't sent it to the print yet. So if that's something you would support, Vanessa, I'll be happy to lead that. And
Yeah, I think that
Vicki, I think, is going to the conference, and Patrick, so they could be involved too.
I'll try to. That helps me. Make my case.
Yeah, we can say,
For
where's
travel.
Rob?
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly. Okay. Anything else?
just, as always, my deep, deep gratitude for all of the work that you guys do, because it's a lot, and I know it's on top of everything else, and you get nothing but camaraderie and a Schlotsky's lunch. You got to pay for that, so.
We'll meet for food.
So thank you, guys.
Yeah, well, we pay. Yeah, we pay. All right. Motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
I move.
One foot out the door.